I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just looked at the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello. 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 You will notice, can you all hear me? You will notice that you have a different view today. I had to do some rearranging in here. So this wall is what you're used to seeing. You see my little nomies and everything over here. This is what you're used to seeing as I sit in my little corner. However, being away from my condo for so long has made me realize how much I am obsessed with my view, and I just miss it so much. And so I moved and I told y'all my condo is tiny. I have like a little bitty studio condo. Like I live in one room. And so I moved my desk, instead of facing this way where my computer screens are blocking my view, I moved it against my wall, because now when I look over, I can see the water. And being away from it for so long has made me realize how much I need it. Actually, I've never been able to show y'all my one little tiny room, but I'll show you now that I can move the camera to where you can see it. This is my one little room. I don't know if you can. I'm not very good at this, am I? This is my one little room. So you can see, you can't really see it's too bright out there right now to be able to see the water. But when it gets when the sun starts going down, we'll be able to see it a little bit more, because it won't be so bright out there. But this is my one little bitty condo, my one little bitty room. So, but you know, it's all I need. Now I got to get this set back up. Let's see. That's good. So now, instead of seeing the nomies, you will be seeing my kitchen. It's a little bit high, isn't it? Gosh, I shouldn't have messed with this. Now I've got to. See, these are the things that. Is that it? Okay. So that's. But now I get to see my favorite part of the whole reason that I downsized into one room versus a 3-story house, because it is worth it for that view, and it's less to clean, which is nice. I want to start off on Friday. It's Friday. Let's start off by saying hello to the tailgate. So we start over. So thank you, being the first to the tailgate, get this party started, get us up and going. We have so much to do today. Things are just crazy in our world, aren't they? So I am going to pull up our feed for the day. I believe Chuck Roast is going to be testifying today, which is like the best Friday gift that we could possibly have, right? Like the best the best Friday gift we could possibly have. Because man, are they, man, is it a crazy trial. So I am here for it. I am excited about it. And man, I can't even begin to know how messy this is going to be. I wish that they would have a camera on Lisa and Chuck while he's testifying, because I want to know if they're.
All right, Mr. Pittman, when we wrote yesterday, you had this witness on direct. Yes, Your Honor.
It's going to be hot in there. They still haven't fixed that.
We were talking yesterday about
that
cell phone extraction,
air.
kind of what you can get, as far as information off the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I had asked you and submitted to you some, I guess, reports that you did on various phones, right?
Yes.
Now, I just want to be clear, once you get that extraction, is it your job to read through the Celebrite report and
What's his name?
determine
McNeely?
what is useful and what is not?
Or Neely?
No.
Michael Neely?
Okay. Who does that?
It could be someone else in our organization who might do an analysis, or usually the detective.
I think.
And as far as this particular case is concerned, there were several phones submitted to you, correct?
Yes.
And some phones were submitted to another division called ICAC.
ICAC, yes, ma'am.
And just briefly, what is ICAC?
Internet Crimes Against Children Unit. They focus on crimes against children, utilizing technology, but they also have the capability of doing phone extractions, phone analysis, those kind of things.
And the reports that I showed you, that's not the Celebrite extraction report, correct?
No,
They got
that's
right
just
into it.
our extraction report.
Your Honor, the state is just going to offer states 322 through 330 with offered them for all purposes yesterday. We're just going to offer those for record purposes at this time.
Is there any objection to State Exhibits 322 through 330 being offered for record purposes?
Good morning. Hello, everyone joining us.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Those
Hi, Abe.
exhibits are admitted
Hi, Steve.
for record purposes only. That's 322 through 330.
And state pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Oh, dang.
No question.
Oh,
All right. May this witness be excused.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. Please walk your step down from the witness stand.
well,
Can I see the attorney?
I bet he's like, why could y'all not have let me do this yesterday instead of bringing me all the way back up here this morning? Had to pay for parking.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know if he really had to pay for parking.
Back to the jury room for just 5 minutes, and then we'll have you back in for more.
All right.
We're sending them back to the jury room already. So while they're doing this, yesterday, oh, they're turning that. You hear that air? They got that air on now.
Martin Basse.
Mr. Fawcett?
Basse.
Basse, could you make sure that camera's plugged in, the live stream camera? It's not blue.
Lucy Cam. It's the best part of this show. She's a cutie.
It's not working now, good?
Yeah, I wish. And I boosted it. Oh, also, I've got this saved. The eyedrop murder trial. The sentencing thing from yesterday. Now it's going to blow out our ears when they talk, but
I'm sorry, what? Well, I don't know how they had it plugged in every other day this week, but I need my live stream. Sorry. Thank you.
Oh, this one, okay, I didn't know what you were talking
Tell him, Judge.
Thank you.
Tell him.
All right.
Yeah, I was watching the Ethan Crumley sentencing a little while ago, over at MLS Law
All
Show,
right, yeah, we need to get Mr. Beltran and do the whole deal. Thank you.
and listening to the victim impact statements. That was hard. That was hard.
Been dressed already?
I checked in over there, checked in over at RA.
Because they weren't able to get his post last night.
Yeah, he should be here.
Well, they brought it. Okay, yeah. That's fine.
Did y'all have him, listen to his,
I believe he did. I was
his
told
interview
he was
with,
listening to it. I
the
think
interview with Ramirez? and everything?
yes, Leroy. I think Leroy said they went back over it
All right.
yesterday.
Is he next? Yeah, I've got the eye drop hearing saved and ready to play. So we'll watch that during one of the breaks. Just, because they're not actually doing the sentencing until January. Is that right? I missed that yesterday because we were working on this, but Lord help. This judge is mad. She's like, why are people unplugging stuff? Let me touching my stuff. Yeah, I do my morning. Oh, and I watched Kathy's video. Is Kathy in here yet? Kathy's video this morning was hilarious. Kathy said something about how she was like, I don't know about starting my morning with a video, but I did it. And she said whatever one it was that she watched this morning. She's like, but I love it. Who knew it was so great to, start your morning with a video? I was like, what do you think we do with you every single morning? That's what we do with you. She cracks me up. Her video was really funny this morning. Hi, Sunny. Sunny, I had to leave the Ethan Crumley thing too. I was like, I can't start ugly crime before I go live. So I had to take a break. Hi, Kaylin. Hey, Kathy. Hear how loud that air conditioner is? I wonder what the temperature is in there right now.
What's that? Okay, what's up? Hold up.
I think you wanted to talk to him before they bring him out to admonish them. Do you want me to tell him to go ahead?
Yeah, that's time.
Okay,
There's been time for that the last 6 months.
I like this judge. Oh, dang.
No, he can come on in.
Here we go. Oh, here we go.
You should speak up in the mic, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the truth, right? That's all there is to it. Yes, sir. Give Keith Harris the same respect. Give Robin. Okay. That's
Right, we're ready for the jury.
You know why you're here,
Oh, dang.
right? There's justice for yourself. Right? Your family right there.
But, oh, dang it.
Yes,
likes me.
Dang it. I keep hitting the wrong thing. Sorry.
We're ready.
All rise.
All right, Chuck Rose, give us all the deets. Oh, I've been waiting on this. Is it too early to get a glass of wine? It is, isn't it? What time is it? 5 o'clock somewhere.
You may be seated. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Charles Beltran.
Oh, dang.
Mr. Beltran, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You may put your hand down. You may proceed.
Judge,
No, we're ready to hear him. You should have done this earlier. Go away. Why are you doing this? We have been waiting on this. Look, anybody who overslept today or is running late, they're going to be pissed. Perched. This is going to be the only time we hear from somebody who was actually there. And I have questions. Look, if blueberry goes in oatmeal and stuff, blueberry wine is definitely part of the breakfast group. I'm here for it. I support your decision.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just have to send you out really quickly for just a few minutes, and I'll be back in the 3 o'clock.
all rise.
Jerry's getting their steps in this morning. His name isn't really Chuck Mediocre. That's just what I've been calling him because he calls himself Chuck Gorgeous. Is my mic loud? Here, let me push it away. I had to reset everything yesterday when I moved everything. So if my mic is too loud, you have to tell me because I have to reposition it.
All right, you may be seated. All right, Mr. Beltran, you've been sworn in, and your attorney is going to ask you some questions for the record. We are outside the presence and hearing of the jury. Whichever one of you.
I will.
All right, that's Kenneth Wilson for as Mr. Beltran's attorney. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. Beltran, you understand that you have also been charged previously in this offense, and you have a case arising out of this offense still pending. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that you have a right to testify and a right not to testify.
Yes, sir.
And we've explained to you that if you choose not to testify, no one can hold that against you. If you choose to testify, that is your sole right. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that what is required of you is truthful testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the only discussion you've had is that you give truthful testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you say anything that could harm your case, you understand that could be used against you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Ms. McIntosh and myself has gone over with you quite extensively about your rights to testify and your rights not to testify. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also understand that the state of Texas at this point has not made any promises or guarantees concerning your right to testify in your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And knowing all of that and understanding all of that, is it your desire to testify or not to testify?
To testify.
And has anyone forced you, threatened you, coerced you, done anything to you that would make you testify?
No, sir.
And you're giving your testimony freely and voluntarily.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions right now that you'd like to ask myself or Ms. McIntosh or Judge Mulder concerning your right to testify?
No, sir.
And you understand all that comes with you testifying?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Beltran, have you already dismissed the companion case?
Bringing that right now.
All right. Mr. Beltran, you understand that if you do testify, anything you say is on the record and can be used against you in any future prosecution if it's some other offense. You do understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And the state they could refile the murder case that they dismissed. That's an option as well. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anything further from the state or the attorneys?
Nothing from the state judge.
All right, Mr. Beltran, understanding that it is your desire to still testify.
Yes,
The
sir.
murder case.
All right, now we're ready for the jury.
So they're taking the murder off the table for him and keeping I'll pull his documents. I'll see what I can find. I don't want to do it during this though. I want to see this.
We're ready, Mr. Douglas. We're ready.
All right.
That AC in it back there, so loud. All right. You may be seated. Ms. Pittman, the witness has been sworn. You may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Beltran. How are you this morning?
All right.
All right. You're a little nervous?
Yes.
Okay, take a deep breath. You and I have met several times, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I call you Chuck.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
is that how you're called by most people?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Charles Beltran, that's your full name, correct?
Charles Anthony Beltran.
Charles Anthony Beltran.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Chuck, how old are you?
34.
34 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
And Chuck, tell me where you grew up.
And born and raised in Austin, Texas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who were you raised by?
My mom,
Your mom, what's your mom's name?
Angela.
Angela?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who else did you live with growing up?
My grandmother.
What's your grandmother's name?
Santa.
Santa?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you close with your mom?
It was rough.
It was rough?
Yeah.
What about your grandma?
We were pretty close.
How many brothers and sisters?
Three
Three.
sisters.
3 sisters.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what 3 sisters, how are you the youngest, oldest?
I'm the oldest.
You're the oldest?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have 3 sisters.
Mm-hmm.
Do you talk to your sisters much?
Not lately,
Okay.
but
Over
were
the
close.
years, were you kind of close to them?
Oh yeah, we were super close.
Okay. Now, you said you were born and raised in Austin. What area, Austin?
South Austin.
South Austin?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you grow up in a nice neighborhood for those that aren't familiar with South Austin?
No, it was.
Tell the jury about the neighborhood you grew up in.
It was Section 8. Everybody just trying to figure out how to make it, I guess.
Okay.
Just we call it the hood.
The hood?
Yeah, it's just poverty.
Okay.
Not much around.
And you lived there with your mom, your 3 sisters, and your grandma, is that right?
Well, at that time, it was just me and my younger sister, a year younger than me at that time, growing up.
What's your sister's name?
Jamie,
Jamie. And what are your 2 other sisters' names?
Mariah, and Cynthia.
And where did Mariah and Cynthia stay?
Cynthia still stays with mom in Irving. And Mariah, I don't know where Mariah's at. I think she still stays in Dallas, but I'm not sure.
And growing up, did you go to elementary school?
Yes, ma'am.
It sounds like living, did your mom work?
She was young when she had us.
Okay.
So she was just trying to figure it out too. So we moved around a lot.
Bounced around a lot?
A lot.
Okay.
Yeah, I never stayed in the school for that long at all.
So you never stayed in the same school very long?
No, not at all.
So went to several different elementary schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you guys live in some shelters?
Yeah.
Where was your dad?
He wasn't there.
You went there at all?
No.
I mean, you met him before, right?
Yeah, I met him like when I was like 13, 14.
So you weren't the kid that was getting to play soccer with the YMCA?
No.
You weren't getting to do AAU basketball?
No.
What kinds of things were you doing as an elementary kid? Trying to make it?
Yeah, just.
I mean, your mama didn't read your books growing up?
Nah, none of that.
None of that?
No, we were. No.
Did you graduate high school?
No, ma'am.
How far did you go in school?
Beginning of sophomore year.
Beginning of sophomore year?
Yes.
And why did you decide to drop it out?
Just my mom was a single mom, and I just wanted her to focus on my sisters at that time. So I try to leave the house and run away and try to make it on my own so she can take care of my sisters.
Okay, so you left the house, how old were you?
Like 15.
15?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so at that point, you're just trying to kind of make it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't have, like you said, you didn't know your dad very well at all.
No, ma'am.
I mean, if you ever met him in your early life.
Not that I know of.
Okay. So you didn't have the privilege or the opportunity to have a strong male role model to really teach you how to be a man. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you didn't have a Heath Harris or Bayo Sadler or a Kenneth Witherspoon in your life to really help you get on the right direction.
No, ma'am.
At some point, you got into music.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury about your music career in Austin.
It was actually amazing in Austin. I made a name for myself. I've always loved music. Something about the music that I'm pretty sure all y'all listen to music. So people take music differently. And it was just a way to just express myself, things I've seen, things I've been through, things I've done, or things I've heard about. So.
Okay. And your music in Austin, you guys, you said you had kind of a big following. What was the name of your group in Austin?
It's called Math Class.
math class?
Yes, ma'am.
And where would y'all play?
All over. Any venues that would take us on, South by Southwest.
What's South by Southwest?
It's a huge like a concert kind of festival thing that they do in Austin, Texas. It's real huge. Everybody from all over the world comes out there to check out the bands, and it's not just hip hop, it's all types of genres of music.
It's a pretty big deal to get invited to go to South by.
Oh, it's a big deal.
Okay, so things are going well music career wise. At some point, Chuck, you start making some pretty dumb decisions. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you committed a robbery with a gun in Austin. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you were 17 at the time.
Yes, ma'am.
You got what's called shock probation. They sent you down to the penitentiary for a stint and then brought you back and put you on probation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you mess up that probation?
Yes, ma'am.
How'd you mess it up?
Smoking weed, pitch dirty.
Picking up weed cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they revoked your probation and
Send me back
sent you back to the pen.
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you stay in the pen then?
I'd say like 2.5 years, 2.5, almost 3.
And you'd already spent, what, about a year in the pen before?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got out, do you remember how old you were when you got out?
Say like 21,
Okay.
22.
So still young?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, had you met Megan?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Megan before you went to the pen the first time?
No, she went to my same high school, and she heard about me with my music and stuff, and we knew like some of the same people, but we just never met until we finally like got to meet.
And Megan, she's the mother of one of your children, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
How many children do you have?
2.
Okay, what are their names?
Emerald and Charlie.
And which one's older?
Emerald.
Both of them girls?
Yes, ma'am.
And Emerald, that's Megan's daughter, right?
Yes, ma'am.
After you got out of the pen, you and Megan kind of meet back up after being in high school together, right?
Say that one more time.
I'm sorry. After you got out of the pen the first time, you and Megan kind of meet back up. Is that right? You and Megan, y'all, after going to high school together.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
We never went to high school together though. Like I never seen her in high school. Like after I left, 'cause I left sophomore year. She was a freshman when I left. So I'm saying, so I was already gone, and then she ended up coming to the school.
Okay.
So,
I got you. Now.
so we never met until we finally met, like afterwards, after I got out.
Okay. Y'all started a relationship.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you love her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you guys had a baby together.
Mm-hmm.
Answer yes or no, sir.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Because she's got to take down what you're saying and and
Okay,
I've
sorry.
written this thing.
Sorry about that.
Did you all live together?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you live?
We stayed. We actually had 2 apartments. We had one. It's all south area. We stayed in one, and then we ended up moving to another one. So, I mean, they're all in the same area.
Did your grandma stay with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're raising this baby together. And just be honest, Chuck, are you being really the dad that's there all the time, changing diapers, things of that nature early on?
No.
Okay. Are you
No, ma'am.
out partying, going to focusing on your music and that kind of thing?
Yes, ma'am. I'm still trying to take off in the music industry. So.
At some point, you pick up another case. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury what happened.
I was at a party and somebody was fighting outside of some apartments, and the police gets called, and we end up about to leave the party, and I fit a description of somebody trying to fight outside the party. And so the cops asked me, hey, what are you doing around this area? And I was like, hey, I just came from this party. He was like, okay, well, we heard about a fight going on. you know anything about it? I said, no, I don't know nothing about it. He was like, okay, well, can I search it real quick? And I was like, yes, sir. You know, he was like, do you have anything on you? And I said, yes, I do. He's like, what do you have? And I said, I have a gun on me. And he said, he couldn't believe that I told him that. I was like, he's like, are you sure? I was like, yes. I was like, I'm positive. He was like, where's it at? And I showed him, and he's like, no, I have to take you to jail for this. And I was like, yes, sir.
And you knew that you weren't supposed to be carrying a gun, but you were a felon, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you went to the, eventually you went to the federal penitentiary. Initially you bonded out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. While you're on bond for that, you picked up you were arrested for assault family violence, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was involving Megan?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes, ma'am. Sorry.
that was involving Megan, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell the jury what happened there.
I was still dealing with like trying to blow up this music stuff, and it comes with dealing with females, other females. So I was kind of messing with females on the side of
You're cheating on her.
Yes.
And she got mad.
Yes. And it got brought up in a conversation. We were all drinking, and she was kind of arguing with me about it. My grandma got into the mix of the whole thing. My grandma was defending me like, hey, like if you want to be with him, like this is what you're just gonna come with that. Megan didn't take that lightly. They ended up getting into a scuffle. I ended up grabbing Megan, pushing her off my grandmother. Her cousin was there because she was living with us. She ended up calling the cops, and the cops come. We both get arrested. Me and Megan get arrested.
And Megan gets arrested too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you spent basically a year in the county jail on that and pled no contest, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You pled guilty to the possession of the firearm case and spent what? How long in the federal penitentiary for that?
About 3.5.
3.5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was your plan when you got out of the federal penitentiary?
Well, me and Megan were planning on getting married and, you know, growing our family and stuff. But all that changed when I was locked up because she ended up meeting her husband and had kids with him and stuff. So at that time, I didn't know what I was going to do because I was planning this whole family with her. And at that time, my mother moved to Irving. So it was only right to like get out of Austin for a little bit. I didn't know nobody else over there, just the mother of my kid. So I just planned to transition and start all the way over in Irving.
In Irving. And did you live with your mom's son?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where else did you live? Did you live in a halfway house for a time?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a time period you're just kind of bouncing around trying to find places to live?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So not very stable. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, no.
It sounds like maybe the most stable time you had was when you were living with Megan.
Yes, ma'am.
And that even includes your childhood.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Now, have you, prior to this situation that is going on now, were you still going down and seeing your daughter Emerald every once in a while?
Yes, ma'am.
There was nothing preventing you from doing that as far as legal or anything like that, protective order or anything else?
No, ma'am.
And Megan wanted you to see her.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, her new boyfriend didn't really like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you didn't go see her very often?
It was other things too. Like, I didn't like the fact that they wanted like to chaperone me with my daughter, so that kind of made it hard too.
Okay. And to be fair, I mean, you know, you haven't been around her much.
Yeah, well, I understand that now. At that time, I didn't. Young-minded, just wanted to be like, hey, I'm the father. I want her with me, you know. So. Okay.
At what point do you start hanging around Deep Ellum?
As I moved to Dallas, I'm just looking for jobs and stuff. I'm catching the DART train everywhere, bus everywhere, and I just meet a couple random people, and they start telling me about. They're just interested in my like style, so they're like, "Hey, where you from? Like, you from California and stuff?" And I'm like, "No, I'm from Austin." And they're like, "Oh, have you ever been to Deep Ellum?" And I'm like, "No, I've never been to Deep Ellum. What is that?" They're like, oh, it's like a baby 6th Street. Like, you'll love it. You'll love it. You should go out there. So one day I made it my business to go check it out.
Okay, what'd you think of the film?
I loved it. I was like, man, this is cool, you know? And it's crazy because one of the dudes I was incarcerated with in the federal penitentiary, he ended up bouncing at the club that I ended up working for. Like, so I ended up interacting with him, asking him questions like, hey, like, how'd you get to the job, you know? And he was like, oh, well, you need to talk to my manager, my boss, you know? And,
So that's how you got the job at On Premise?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so somebody, a fellow, person you're incarcerated with, kind of, who was that guy?
Forgot his name. I mean, I didn't really hang out with him like that in there. I seen him every now and then, but yeah, when I noticed him, I was like, oh snap! Like,
Yeah. So he says, you want a job here, go talk to the manager, and who did you talk to?
Kyle.
Okay, is that the first person besides this man that you just told us about that you met at On Premise?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who is Kyle?
He was manager for the On Premise.
Kyle Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's Lisa's son, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, he hired you, right?
Well, not off the rip.
Okay.
I was working a job, and he told me he didn't need nobody at that time right there. So he was like, man, just give me a call. He was like, if I have an open spot, then I'll fit you in. And of course, I was already thinking about like this would be good networking for my music. So like, I would love this to work this spot. So I kept on calling him, and then finally, like after like 3-4 weeks of me calling, he finally was like, hey, like I need somebody. Can you come over? And I was like, cool, yeah.
Okay, what'd you do at On Premise?
I did security.
And as far as security is concerned, you just make sure everybody's okay.
It was okay. I do front door, check IDs when they come in, and just if somebody's too drunk, we carry them out. Make sure somebody gets home safe.
Did you meet? Who all did you meet at On Premise that became close to you? That you became close to later?
Dykes. Another friend named Brian, Valerie.
And that's
Kyle's
girlfriend?
Yeah, it wasn't at the time, but.
Okay. Freddie?
Freddie wasn't working there, but he should have been. He was there all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, that becomes your group of people that you hang out with, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, do you meet Lisa?
Yes, ma'am.
And how'd you meet Lisa?
One day Kyle was telling me about like, hey, my mom, she has this little promotion thing that she's looking for somebody to promote for her. I guess something for her job. And he was like, man, I think you're the perfect one because, of course, at the job I was already like doing kind of some promotion for the job.
Okay.
And he was like, I think you're the perfect one, man. Like you're a people person. Like you always talk to everybody. Like he's like, man, I think you feel perfect. He was like, I want you to meet her. And I was like, okay, cool. I was like, when she coming? He was like, oh, she's gonna come sometime soon.
So you met her,
Mm-hmm.
and how did that go?
It went well. She seen me and she was like, oh, you're the one I've been hearing about this whole time. And I'm like, if it's good, yes, it's me. And she's like, oh, okay. I give her a hug and kiss on her cheek. It's my boss's mom. You know what I'm saying? So I respect her wholeheartedly.
Okay. So you guys meet it on premise?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what happens next? How does that relationship kind of move forward?
At that time, we were still at the bar, and she stayed the whole night. So that whole time, I was just kind of like, checking on her. Hey, you good? You need something to drink? So she was like, no. And at the end, we didn't get to talk towards the end of the club, like when everybody left. That's when she told me about the whole promotion thing and stuff. And she's like, I think you would fit perfect for it. Like we should exchange numbers. I'll take you out to lunch. We'll talk about it more and stuff. So I was like, okay, cool. We exchange numbers.
And so you guys exchanged numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
Then what happened?
We just started texting every now and then she would tell me, "Hey, good morning, have a good day." I was like, "Okay, have a good day." And we planned to have a lunch, but we never like linked up like or met up right off the bat. It took a couple weeks for us
When
to
you guys are texting, what are y'all texting about?
just like good morning, have a good day. Like how's your day today? And just
Anything about promotion, job stuff?
no, that it never came up until after we had the lunch thing. I guess she wanted to sit down and have a lunch.
Okay. And you guys sat down and had that lunch eventually. Do you remember where you went?
No, ma'am.
Was it McDonald's?
No, it wasn't on McDonald's.
What kind of restaurant was it? Was it nice? Was it
Yeah, it was
Applebee's? Was it?
No, it wasn't restaurant I've never been to before.
It's a fancy restaurant.
Yeah, the uppity.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing I would go to on a regular.
And when you went to this lunch, how did that go?
I mean, it went good.
Y'all conversate?
Yes, we talked about just gave her a backstory of who I was. She was interested in who I was because I guess Kyle was telling her about like me just coming out and trying to build this music career and stuff. So I guess she was interested in that. So we started talking about all that.
Did you know what she did for a living at that time?
I think she told me at the lunch, but no, not.
I mean, you didn't really know.
Not really know like the whole the depth of what she did.
What kind of promotion was she talking to you about doing?
It's just reaching out to people about like the business. I guess I don't know. Like we talked about it a little bit, but it was just. I think that wasn't just the sole purpose of like that lunch.
Okay, what else do you think the purpose of that lunch was?
I think she just wanted to get to know me, just meet up with me.
And did you drive to that lunch, meet her there? How did that happen?
She picked me up.
Okay, did you have a car at that time?
No, ma'am.
And where'd she pick you up at?
At my girlfriend's house at the time.
Okay. And after you all left there, did she drop you back off?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything happen?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did it seem like y'all would hang out again?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
And what happened next?
After,
did y'all hang out some more?
yes, we had more lunches, more dinners.
Did the tone of the lunches and dinners seem to kind of shift from getting to know you to really wanting to get to know you, or how did that work?
Yeah, we just got this little bond. We got close to each other. We got comfortable with each other.
Okay. Did it become flirtatious?
Not at the beginning, but after like 3 or 4 lunches and dinners, then it started getting a little.
Okay. And about 3 or 4 lunches in, it starts getting a little what?
Flirtatious.
Okay. And at some point, did y'all get physical?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in what way? Tell the jury about it.
Well, at the dinner, we ended up having some drinks and stuff, and drinks do make you feel more comfortable and stuff, and so we're just talking, getting to know each other more, just talking, and as we're leaving the dinner, she's dropping me off at my girlfriend's house, and she just approaches me like, hey, she's just like, you should let me give you a blowjob.
Oh, Jesus.
And I'm like, what? She was like, yes, like, I'm heard I'm really good at it. Like, you should let me give you a blowjob. And I'm just like, man, I'm not taking it serious because I'm like, man, you're my boss's mom. I'm like, She's like, I think she knew what I was thinking, so she was like, look, it'll be our little secret. Nobody has to know. Yes. So I was like, okay.
So you let her give you oral sex?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was the first time. And how many dinners in do you think that was?
Like 4.
Okay. Did these dinners and contact and texting continue?
Oh, yeah.
and did the same type of sexual contact continue?
Yes, ma'am.
And was she letting you drive her car?
Yes, after that whole ordeal right there, she knew I didn't have no car, so she would be like, hey, like, I know you don't have a car, I know you want to move around and stuff, like, because she stayed in Mesquite, so where we stayed at was like downtown. Me and my girlfriend stayed in downtown, so she'll have to pass downtown to get to her job. So she was like, hey, like, it just makes sense for me to come pick you up, you drop me off at the job, and you can just keep the car for the day for whatever you have to do.
At some point, did you go out to her house in Kensington?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was living out there when you went out there?
It was her and her kids and her brother.
Did you have much interaction with them at all?
Not really, just met them.
Did Lisa ever talk about any problems in that house with you?
As far as
Like with the brother or anything like that?
no.
Okay. Did she seem close to her daughter Chelsea? Did she talk about Chelsea at all?
No, it was I mean the dynamic of the house was kind of weird. It's like they kind of like controlled the whole, like we just went to her room. Like,
Y'all just went to her room.
yeah, like that was like her little area.
And at some point, you said you didn't talk to Chelsea or Jimmy much at all, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did she have you come help them move out?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she tell you they were moving out before? I mean, obviously she told you to come over and help move, but had y'all discussed them moving out before?
No, she just told me that they wanted to move and that she was gonna get a house for them.
Okay, and she helped them get a house in Florida, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it wasn't like a conversation before that, hey, I'm having my family move out, you move in.
No.
Okay. At some point, after they moved, did you have that conversation about moving in there?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell the jury, kind of what that conversation was like.
Well, we actually drove to Tampa together to look at the house that she was potentially wanted to buy for the kids.
So you actually went to Florida with her to kind of help pick that house up.
Yes, ma'am.
And did y'all go do other stuff, or was it just going to see the house?
Well, before all that, she was telling me about she was gonna get this like huge bonus check and all this stuff, and she was like, "Hey, like around this time, we're both using that one car." So she was like, like we can't keep on doing this. Like I'm gonna get this check and get you this car so you can have a car to move around in.
She's taking notes.
You asked her to buy you that car?
No, ma'am.
She offered.
Yes, ma'am.
That was a pretty nice car, wasn't it?
Yes.
You know how much it cost?
A little under like 30,000.
Okay. And so she bought you that car. You guys go to Tampa, pick out the house for the family, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you come back, and y'all are still hanging out, talking, dinners, things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever pay for dinner?
No, ma'am.
It was all Lisa?
All Lisa.
What happened to the promotion thing?
It never got brought up again.
At what point did she ask you to move in?
So after me and my homeboys helped them move out, of course she's there by herself now, and we have another dinner. We always have these dinners and stuff, so we have another dinner, and she's like, "Hey, I really think you should move in. I love what we have. Like it can still be our little secret. You can still do what you want to do, but I just want you to move in. I think it would be nice." And of course I was talking to her about my music and stuff. So she was like, "You could build a studio in there. Like there's a pool in the backyard. Like I think it will work out perfect." So at the beginning, I was like, I didn't want to do the whole move thing in because, of course, I had my girlfriend, and just my lifestyle I was living. I just didn't feel comfortable with moving in there.
So when you say lifestyle you were living, kind of tell the jury what that was.
I mean, the club lifestyle, just working at a club and a bar is just
Partying,
nightlife.
late nights.
Yes, late night. I mean,
girls.
yes.
I mean, you had your girlfriend Carmen, but you had other girls too that you would talk to.
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, you kind of got a little bit of, maybe not trouble, but talk to you about your security role because you were talking to a lot of women while you were at work. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, Dallas, Texas is a huge state. I mean, a lot of people come, and if you're not living that type of lifestyle, you wouldn't really know. But the club lifestyle and the downtown lifestyle it's fun. It's amazing. Like everybody comes to Deep Ellum, uptown.
And did you finally, I mean, why did you end up agreeing if you weren't sure about it?
Just talking to my homeboys and stuff, I'm like, hey man, they all know Lisa too, so I'm just talking to the boys, we're chilling. I'm like, hey man, I'm like, bro, Lisa wants me to move in, and they're like, for real? And I'm like, yeah, like man, like what do you think I should do? And they're like, man, why not? Like shit, excuse my French.
You're okay. Continue.
Yeah, so they're like, yeah, well, why not? Like she's already paying for everything.
Yeah.
Go ahead and take it.
She's paying for everything for you.
Yeah, she just bought me this nice car.
Shoes, Jordans, things like that.
Oh yeah, we go shopping, out to eat.
Clothes. So you end up moving in, and does she buy the stuff for a studio for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that was good. You hadn't had an opportunity to record in a while, is that right?
Well, I had recorded couple times, but due to like the producing that they were doing, I feel like they were just taking my money, and I wasn't making that much money at that time. I was working at Twisted Root, so it was like all my money was going to the studio, and the production wasn't good. So I was like, man, I could just do this on my own.
When you move in, how is it at first?
It was fun. I mean, we had fun.
Okay. What y'all do? What do you mean when you have fun? How was it?
We just, I mean, Lisa was just living this like lifestyle that wasn't this before until we met. Like we were just always like drinking, having fun. Like I'll bring my homeboys over, and like she loved like having this company now. I felt like before that, her kids and the brother that was living there, it wasn't. She just stayed like cooped up in her room.
Okay.
So like now she's free. She could be like herself.
So she's drinking with you guys, and you're bringing your homeboys over. Y'all are hanging out, all that.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a pool in the back.
Pool in the back.
Have you ever lived like that before?
No, ma'am.
Ever had a nice house like that?
Never lived in a house before ever.
And so it was nice.
Oh yes.
Were you all still kind of having the same type of sexual relationship that you were having before?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned before that, I mean, you still were doing your thing, and that was, you had other women that you talked to.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you bring them over to the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Lisa know that?
Yes, ma'am.
When you brought them over, did y'all all hang out together, or was it just you hanging out with the women?
I was just hanging around with them. Like we'll just be in the studio.
At that point in time, she was fine with that. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, so other than you, did you know her to have any other, I guess, romantic relationships? Was she dating?
She was dating.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, did she start bringing Nina around?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long do you think you had lived there before you heard about Nina or Bendy?
I'd say about 2 months.
Okay. It's not very long?
Not very long.
And what did you hear about Nina?
She would just be on Face. I didn't really like hearing anything about her. She would just be on FaceTime sometimes, and like I said, Lisa was just loving like this whole thing that was happening at her house. So she'll be like on FaceTime, like, hey, like look at my boo, my little thing, you know, and I'll be on the camera, hey, you know, and
She's proud of
yeah.
you. Did you make her feel young?
Yes, ma'am.
And all your homeboys and all that coming over, same thing?
Yeah, like we'll go to the club. I'll take them to the club sometimes.
When you say take them to the club, are you talking about Lisa and Nina?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you meet Nina at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
And what'd you think of Nina when you met her?
Well, the whole point of meeting Nina was Lisa kind of set it up for me and Nina to like have like intercourse.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the first time is that the first time you met her? Is what you're describing is when Lisa kind of set it up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and tell me when you mean that Lisa set that up, did she talk to you about Nina before?
Yeah, like as I was doing the video chat with her every now and then, she was telling me like, hey, like if you love what we got going on, you know what I'm saying? Like I have a friend that would love, you know, to be a part of our little thing, you know?
Okay.
So she was like,
And did you know at that time that Lisa and Nina were, I guess, dating? Or in that type of relationship?
not that I knew of.
Okay. So when she said that Nina, you know, would be interested too, did you take that as the three of y'all together, or what did you take that as?
Well, I mean, she made it clear that she's like, I know that you like us, or the dynamic of like me buying you stuff and me giving you the sexual favors, you know, for these things I'm giving you, you know. If you think that I'm doing this, Nina would be like doing this for real, you know.
What do you mean for real?
I guess because she was like, she had more money, I guess.
Okay. So she's basically telling you, if you like this, Nina's got more money, you should
Pursue
her.
Yes, ma'am.
And this was early on, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when you met Nina, did you guys have sex?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Lisa okay with that at that time?
Yeah, I mean, she set the whole thing up.
Okay. As things progressed, did you learn that Lisa and Nina were in a relationship together?
I mean, they would always be together, but I didn't know if they were like together like that. They never told me anything.
They never told you?
No, ma'am.
Did you know that they got married at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that they were always together?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Nina didn't live here, right? Where did Nina live?
I think Pennsylvania.
But she would come down frequently to visit Dallas?
Yes, ma'am. She'll come stay weekends and stuff.
Let's talk about, was there a moment in time, or is there a moment that, I guess the three of y'all kind of, you know, made sort of a informal pact? Y'all didn't have a ceremony or anything, but just a promise to each other, y'all gonna take care of each other.
Yeah. Let me see.
So, you know, your plans were stay there. Lisa and Nina were doing their thing. You would do their thing with them sometimes.
Yes, ma'am.
And then y'all would just take care of each other.
Yes, ma'am.
Have each other's back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In fact, they bought you a Santa Muerta necklace,
Mm-hmm.
and they each had one too.
Yeah.
Let's talk just a little bit about Santa Muerta. That is something that you know about and practice too. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something your grandmother taught you?
Growing up, I've heard about it, but I just never really practiced it
Okay.
until later on.
Is that something were you super into it, or was it just kind of a thing?
Well, I mean, she's like a saint, it's a mother. So of course I had trouble with my mom and stuff. So I just wanted something close to home, so I could, you know, just practice and that's what it was. That's all. I got close to it and practiced it, prayed.
Did you kind of tell Lisa and Nina about some of the Spanish words and stuff that you practiced?
I mean, we didn't really talk about it that much. They just see me sometimes like praying, and I think it's just they wanted to like act like they were a part of doing it because I was praying to it. So
Okay. At some point, did you and Nina and Lisa all three sleep together?
yes, ma'am.
And did that happen often?
No, ma'am.
As far as your sexual relationship with Lisa, I mean, was that something that you were talking about to all your homeboys and things like that, or is that something you kind of kept to yourself?
No, I kept it. I didn't want my boss to find out. That I was having this relationship with his mom.
And everybody suspected them.
Yeah, they would be like, man, like she ain't just getting you all that stuff for nothing, bro. Like you're doing something, And I'm like, oh man, we just love each other. She's just cool. We're cool.
Did you become aware that Lisa and Nina took your last name?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you become aware of that?
They told me.
They told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it something you asked them to do?
No, ma'am.
What did you think? What did you think about that?
I mean, there was conversations of them bringing it up, talking about it, but I didn't take it serious. Yeah. Until they came back and told me they got married.
That they got married?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, let's fast forward a little bit. So this happened, what day did this happen?
With
The Marisela's murder?
on the 5th.
On the 5th?
Yes, ma'am.
Of?
October.
Let's go back into kind of the first part of the fall in September, okay? Was there a time that this kind of arrangement where you can bring any women over you want and all of that, did that kind of change? Did Lisa express to you something different?
Yeah, after the whole the threesome we had, it started like shifting to they just wanted it to be us at that house.
And how did you feel about that?
I told her straight up, I thought we agreed that I could just do what I wanted to. And like she said at the beginning, yeah, but I guess feelings started getting involved after the whole intercourse and stuff.
Did she want to continue having that same type of relationship, that same type of threesome?
Yeah, she wanted to continue. Yes, ma'am.
And were there times that you, like, how did you handle that in the house? If you saw them in the house, would they say things to you? How would you know that they wanted to have that kind of relationship?
I mean, they would just always walk around like naked and in these little lingeries and and.
Is that how things started with Lisa? Did Lisa always walk around in lingerie and things like that when you first moved in?
No, I think like due with time, she started getting comfortable.
Did you just kind of avoid it?
Yes, I mean, of course I would sometimes, but I avoid it most of the time though.
So when the feelings started getting involved, were those Lisa's words about why she didn't want women coming over?
Yeah,
why did she tell you?
We just had dinner, like they were cooking and stuff, and we had dinner. It was just a talk that got brought up that it should just be us in the house. She wanted it just to be us three.
Was that
as far as women goes, like my homeboys would still come for the studio and stuff, but as far as women go, she didn't
want any more women?
No, ma'am.
Did you still bring women over?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll talk about that in just a minute. was there a time that you slept with Nina again?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me kind of how that happened.
I came home one day. I didn't even know Nina was there. Nina was in the house. I came in, and every time we see each other, they always do this like flirtatious thing. Like I was their little boy toy thing, you know. So they always give me a whole bunch of love and hugs and kisses, and so I mean, one thing led to the next. We ended up having sex, and she telling me about Lisa. I really try to refrain from doing so much with Lisa because, like I said, I couldn't face my boss too much, knowing that I was doing this with his mom. So.
And what did Nina say?
Nina was just telling me like, hey, like, you know, Lisa really loves you. Like, she wants to have more interaction with you in this sense. Like, you should give her that. Like, she does everything for you. You know, like you should. And me and Lisa had conversations about this plenty of times. I told her why I didn't want to get involved in that because of her son. So I was kind of pissed at the whole conversation about Nina telling me this about Lisa. So I told Lisa, I kind of confront her about it. I'm like, hey Lisa, I'm like, man, why are you telling Nina about, you know what I'm saying, us doing this thing? Like, I told you what's up, like, and I guess me telling her about that, like, she gets pissed at Nina.
So did she get angry? Did you tell her that you and Nina had slept together without her?
I think so. I think so.
Okay. Or do you know how she found that out?
I can't remember.
Okay. How did
I don't know if Nina told her or if I told her like, hey, like while I was doing this, like.
Okay. And at that point, how did she react to learning that you and Nina slept together without her?
She got mad.
Okay. And who'd she get mad at?
Nina.
How did she treat Nina?
She got pissed. She told Nina not to talk to me no more.
And so you walk in the house and Nina would be there, and what would happen?
I mean, she wouldn't even look at me. Like, it was crazy. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Okay.
Okay.
I will say, if you could refrain from using profanity,
Yes, sorry.
that would be better.
Yes, ma'am.
But if it slips up, then we'll move on. Okay. So, I mean, have you ever seen her like that?
Who? Lisa?
Lisa.
No, ma'am.
Was this before or after she had plastic surgery?
This was before.
Before. Okay. And in September, in fact, on September 11th, she had plastic surgery. She got like a facelift and like a thigh. I'm not sure what it is, a thigh lift, I guess. Were you there at the hospital when she had those procedures done?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you supposed to stay with her the whole time at the hospital?
Yes.
And what'd you do?
I left.
Where'd you go?
Go to the club, work, party.
Okay. How did Lisa feel about that?
She was pissed. She was mad.
I mean, here she's been doing all this stuff for you, and
I
you're just kind of.
I couldn't be there for her to do that little surgery.
Okay. Did you pick her up?
Yes, ma'am.
You and Dax picked her up, or is it just you?
I don't know if Dax was with me.
Okay.
Somebody came with me though. We came after like the whole party and stuff. Somebody came with me to come visit her while she was still there.
Okay. And did you take her home?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall like how quickly she went back to work?
No, she was in bed for a minute though. I would pick up her medication though, her prescriptions, and take them to her and stuff.
Okay. And she was on some kind of pain medication?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she do any traveling that you were aware of during that time?
Like,
Did she go anywhere?
Just her?
Yeah, just her and Nina. I'm sorry, her and Nina.
I think so. I don't know. I know me and her took a trip to New Orleans one time.
Was that after the surgery?
Oh, no, this is before. You're talking about after the surgery?
Yeah, after the surgery.
Not that I recall.
Okay. So October 3rd, you had a show, is that right, in Arkansas?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell the jury just a little bit about the show.
It was fun. I've been waiting to get into the music industry for a minute, and just due to like the club and stuff, and that took most of my time. So I wasn't really focused on music like that until I started getting back into it. And me and Dax were talking about it because he's from Arkansas, so he learned about his friend was opening up for the rapper that was the headline of the party. So he reached out to me. He was like, "Hey man," he's like, "Man, you should do the show." I was like, "Well, hit him up, get me on there," and we end up booking it, and he gets me on.
So you get on, you're gonna open for an act in Camden, right? And you go down there with in a Sprinter van with Dax and Freddie, Brian, and Jordan.
Yes, I tell Lisa about it, and they're all stoked too. She's been investing in my music stuff, so.
If I invested in your music stuff, what's she doing?
I mean, she bought all my studio equipment. At the time now, I know what she is, paralegal, and Nina.
What did you think she was? You said a paralegal?
Well, yeah, that's what she told me.
Okay,
Yes,
and Nina was a
lawyer, attorney.
Okay. And you knew that back then, that they both were in the legal field?
Yes, ma'am.
They let you shoot videos in their driveway, women crawling on their cars, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, they were all down with the music stuff. Like, they helped me out because I don't know anything about the legal stuff. So they helped me out with like some of the beats I have to purchase for the song. Like I can't use I can only sell so many units, and I didn't know nothing about none of this stuff. So they helped me in that area. Like I would send them like the documents of the contracts that I had to sign for the beats that I'm purchasing.
Okay.
So
they were all in.
Yeah, they're all in. Yes, ma'am. They're all.
Hold on.
Yes,
Sorry, Judge. You have to, Ms. Pittman, you have to wait till he's done with his answer to ask the question, and then you have to wait till she's completely done asking the question before you answer. Okay?
Sorry.
That's all right.
Yes, yeah. So they helped you with all the kind of legal stuff, paperwork, things like that. They took care of all that for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So the show, Lisa and Nina go to, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they follow behind y'all in the van.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Who paid for that trip?
Lisa and Nina.
And you get down there on the 2nd, October 2nd, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all spent Friday night there at the hotel?
Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
Then,
did y'all have a good time?
yes, ma'am. It was fun. Had a lot of fun.
Everybody drinking?
We had our own section, bottles. I mean, the whole
VIP experience?
VIP experiences, everything.
And Lisa was there, Nina was there. Was Lisa walking around?
Walking around.
Walking around the club, able to move around. Okay.
Well, she was, as far as like just moving
Just being
around.
able to walk. I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
talking about.
Oh, you talking about because of surgery?
Yeah, because
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So her surgery wasn't getting in the way of her good time.
Oh no, she a soldier. She gonna make it.
She says she's a soldier.
Oh yeah. Well,
Okay, she's gonna make it.
yeah,
She can power through that stuff.
Oh yeah, she wants to get something done. She gonna get it done.
Oh, apparently.
How'd the show go?
It went good. We had a lot of fun. Like I said,
Like how did your part of the show go?
oh, it went good. Me and Freddie performed.
Okay. And that night, did Lisa and Nina want you to go to their room?
Well, that was the plan. Like they rented 3 rooms, so it was 2 rooms was supposed to be split between my homeboys, and then the other room was supposed to be us 3.
And did you go spend some time with them in their room for a little while?
We'll go in there with I'll tell the boys like, come on, man, let's go take a shower with them and stuff. But that wasn't the majority of the time I spent. I spent it with my boys.
Okay, you ended up spending the night in one of the guys' rooms,
Yes,
right? You guys go back home the next day?
Mm-hmm.
And that's.
Sir, you have to enter out
Oh,
loud
yeah.
with words.
Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
And you go back to Kensington. The house on Kensington in Mesquite?
In Mesquite, yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's on October 4th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what time you got back? Ish?
We left early because checkout was at 12, so it took about an hour or two. So I'd say about like 3-ish, 4-ish.
Okay. What did you do after that?
When we got to the house, we just unpacked. Everybody was just ready to kind of like get back to doing what they do. Jordan hopped in his car, left. I think B hopped in his car, burnt off, and me and Dax were just talking about when we celebrate, go out.
So everybody else, they're getting ready for the next day. They're done partying for the weekend. Your Dax want to go celebrate.
Yeah.
And did you guys go down to Deep Ellum together?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go pick him up at his place?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he live at the Manor House?
Yes, ma'am.
That's kind of downtown-ish.
It is downtown.
And you pick him up, y'all go out. Do you remember about what time you get there?
I'd say about 11.
11-ish? Okay. Did you invite Nina and Lisa to go with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did they say anything about wanting to go with you or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Lisa had to work the next day, right? On Monday? You don't know?
No, I didn't know her schedule like that, so.
You get there about 11 p.m. What do you guys do?
We go hit up all our bars that we hit up. This is our community right here.
Everybody knows you down there.
Everybody knows us down there.
Okay,
This is where we're at every weekend for the last 2-3 years. Literally, everybody knows us down there.
And to this day, if I go down there, I'm going to find Dax on the weekends.
You can see him right there, the same spot.
Same spot.
Same spot where you'll see me at every weekend.
A lot of people know you. A lot of people have talked with you a lot. And at some point, you guys were, I think, in Fun Society.
Yes, ma'am.
And did your mother of your younger child come in?
Yes, ma'am.
Jasmine?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw her.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you guys?
You have to use words.
I'm so sorry, ma'am.
Just follow the instruction and use words when you answer, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
When you saw her, what did you guys do?
When I seen Jasmine,
Yes.
but we wasn't seeing eye to eye at this time.
Why weren't you seeing eye to eye?
Just me and my lifestyle, partying and stuff. She wanted me to be there more, and I just wanted to do my thing. So we'll have this little
So
argument.
y'all got into an argument.
We have little arguments and stuff.
This was about your daughter, right?
Yes.
Were you aware that some paperwork had been filed with family court on your behalf to, I guess, see your daughter more?
I didn't know until I came here.
Okay, so you didn't know that there was a filing on your behalf, like a suit affecting parent-child relationship? I know that sounds super legal. Did you know that that had been filed on your behalf?
No, ma'am.
Wow.
But you and Jasmine weren't seeing eye to eye because she wants you to be that dad.
Yes, ma'am.
She wants you to take the kids to soccer practice or whatever, or be there for birthdays, be there every day, that kind of dad.
Well, I think she wanted more out of me and us too, like me and her.
And she wanted to be with you.
Yes.
Jasmine was always in love with
Yes, ma'am.
you. Okay. And so y'all weren't seeing eye to eye on that either.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
That's
ma'am.
right. You're okay. You guys weren't seeing eye to eye on that, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you skipped out of there. You didn't want to talk to her. You didn't want to have any kind of, conversation about that night.
No, I'm not for negative energy. I don't want to argue with you, conversate about this stuff. So when I see her, I turn around. I'm like, I already know where it can go, especially with her. She can get real crazy.
She get loud.
Yes.
Okay. And typically when you run into conflict and you run into problems, what is your MO? What is it that you do?
I run.
You don't face it, do you?
No, not at all.
Okay. So you guys skip out of Punk Society, kind of go out on the back, and then y'all are kind of standing on the sidewalk. What happens next?
That's when we see Marisela. She
Tell the jury about that. How did that go down?
well, as soon as we left Punk, we walked outside the back because she was where the mother of my child was. How the bar set up, it's like right by the front door, so I didn't want to pass her to go out. So we went through the back, and I came through the front, and we're on the side street. We're just chilling, chopping it up, talking. Dax ends up seeing one of his homeboys. Dax ends up seeing one of his friends, and we're just out there smoking a cigarette, talking to each other, and Marisela just walks by.
Okay. And on this map right here, here's on premise. Where's Punk Society? Okay, this way?
It's no to the right
Right there?
No. Oh yeah, yes ma'am.
Right there.
It's the corner where you were at the first time. The corner. No.
I haven't been down to development a long
Well, okay.
time.
Do you see the number 201? It's ahead of
201.
201 on top. It's that
Right there.
corner. Yes, ma'am. That
Okay,
one.
right there at that corner.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So
So y'all are standing out there.
oh no, that's where you asked where Punk was at. That's Punk.
That's Punk.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where were you standing
We were
when
standing
you saw Marisela?
across the street from
Across the street over here?
like a little more where it says Dallas,
Right there.
like in between that two, like in the middle.
In that area?
In the middle between like the Dada and like the Rodeo Dallas kind of, it's like right.
Right
Yeah,
there.
yes, ma'am.
Where that white car is?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you guys are standing there. Where do you see Marisela?
She walks from like the opposite way from the Harmony or whatever. What is it?
Armory D.
Yes, ma'am. She walks from that way.
So she's walking towards you,
Yes, ma'am. Towards me.
okay? And you and Dax are standing there smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, just talking.
And what happens?
She walks by and
You make eye contact?
make eye contact. She smiles at me. I smile at her, and she walks by. I think I might have even said, "Hey, have a good night" or something. You know, she walks by. She passes us up, and then she turns around and comes back. And she starts asking about, "Hey, like, do any of y'all know where to find some weed?"
Okay, she's looking for some weed.
Yeah, she's looking for some weed.
When she walked past you the first time, could you tell? I mean, and you're a ladies' man, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know how to flirt. You know how to talk to women at bars. Was it obvious the way y'all exchanged looks? Was it that kind of look
Yes, ma'am.
where you guys are attracted to each other?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
think she's pretty.
Yes, ma'am.
She thinks you're cute.
Yes, ma'am.
And then she turns back around to come talk to you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yes, ma'am.
You guys talked. She asked you for some weed. Y'all chatted up for a while. What was the conversation like?
She was just talking about, do you know where to find some weed? Like, she just wanted to smoke.
Y'all chat there for a little while. What kind of? I mean, was it a good conversation?
I mean, it was just about the whole weed situation. She wanted to smoke, and I was just like, hey, like, I got some, you know, like, what are you looking for? And she was like, I'm just looking to smoke. And I was like, okay, like, we can smoke.
Okay. And you go ahead, Charles. So you guys are gonna go smoke. Where are you gonna go smoke?
In my car.
Okay, so you walk her to your car. Was she stumbling around or anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you guys walk to the car. Y'all sit in the car. Y'all talk for a while.
Yes, ma'am.
How long?
About, I don't know. We're talking for just getting to know each other.
Okay. You guys smoke some weed.
Not there.
What did you do next?
We just talked about hanging out. So she wanted to hang out. I had a bottle in the car. She wanted to drink some more. And so we went to go get some chasers and mixers. We went to the store.
And the store's kind of down there, that 7-Eleven is near Bell, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
At what point did you guys decide to go back to your house?
Well, we made it before we even left to the 7-Eleven. We had made the decision.
Did you know you were leaving Dax there?
Yeah, I texted him actually.
Okay.
Told him.
And what'd you tell him?
I was just like, cause I mean, it's just a guy code to not leave your homeboy, like for a female, you know, like. Plus we came with each other too, so I'm texting him like, hey man, I was like, I got this girl, she wants to hook up. I'm like, you wanna, I could pick you up afterwards or something, and you know, like, is it cool if I can get you afterwards or something? He's like, man, yeah, go do your thing, you know.
Okay. So go to 7-Eleven, you guys go to Mesquite. And this was her suggestion too. She wanted to hang out, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Go to parties some more.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you feel about taking her back to Mesquite that night?
I didn't think nothing of it because this is.
Yeah, why did you guys go to Mesquite instead of back to her place?
Well, the conversation we had in the car, she was telling me that she had a room, and I was trying to go back to her room, but she told me that she had somebody there. She didn't want to go back to her room and stuff. She was like, I prefer going to your spot.
So you take it back to your spot. You get
Oh.
there.
If only they'd have gone anywhere else different.
Were Nina and Lisa awake at that time that you're aware of?
I don't know if they're awake or not, but I know they were there. I don't know if they're awake or not.
Okay. So it's not like you walk in and tell them, hey, I've got a woman here or anything like that.
No, ma'am.
In fact, since that conversation that you had about, hey, we just want it to be us, did you, I guess, try to be a little more discreet about when you had women over? When I say discreet, I mean secretive. Like, did you try to make sure that maybe Lisa's bedroom door was shut, or you know, that she wasn't out walking around while you brought these women home?
Well, after the conversation, because I told her about the our agreement was I could still do what I wanted to do.
Right.
So I think she just accepted what
Okay.
she still wanted me there at the house. So I don't think she wanted to. She just
To rock the
accepted.
boat on that.
Yeah, I think she just accepted it.
Now, we were talking about bringing women home. Is it every night?
Not every night.
Okay. Sometimes you go other places.
Yeah, I stay at their houses or something, but
Sometimes you bring some people over.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. In fact, you brought Medlin over once or twice.
Yes, ma'am.
So here's the garage right here. Is this the way that you guys came in?
Yes, ma'am.
And you go through the garage into the dining area, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you kind of walk through here. Which one of these is your bedroom? This one or this one?
The one all the way to the end, to the corner, the right corner.
This one?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't see which room that is. Thank you. Thank you. And this is State's Exhibit 179. So it's this corner bedroom right there, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is your studio?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you walk through here, and when you come to this corner, did you look and see if that bedroom door was open or closed?
Yeah, I looked. It was
Okay.
closed.
It was closed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you brought Marisela in your bedroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what did you do?
What I do was, anytime I bring a girl over, I turn my music on because I know we're about to.
Well, you know you're about to, but I mean, you don't know that for a fact, do you?
Oh God, answer
That's
carefully.
what your intent is, right?
Well, it's not my intent. It always just ends up happening. We just end up feeling for each other, and
Okay.
ends up leading to that.
Okay, so you're playing some music. Y'all drinking some more?
Drinking, smoking.
And what was Marisela like talking to her?
I mean, she was cool. She was real cool, funny. I mean,
Nice,
Yes, ma'am.
sweet.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to meet back up with her again?
Yeah, we actually had a conversation about linking up because she was telling me about the flight that she was supposed to take and all this stuff. So we were talking about exchanging infos and meeting up again.
And government approach.
You may.
Now, States 179, that's a floor map of your, that's up on the screen right now. That's just kind of a floor plan of the Kensington house, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this the same floor map? Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that up there?
Yes, ma'am.
Chuck, I want you to take this marker and draw for me in your bedroom where your bed is. Okay, just label that bed for me. And then what do you have right there in that, on that wall?
It's like it's a dresser, like a TV on here.
Okay. You're on, and does that look like an accurate representation of your bedroom furniture?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any tables or anything else?
I had
You draw that on there?
this is like a mirror right here, and I have like a side little,
Side table?
yeah, like a little dresser thing.
Okay. Does that look like an accurate representation of your bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, state moves to offer states 334 for all purposes.
No objection, Judge.
All right, state exhibit number 334, diagram is admitted for all purposes.
So your bed's right there,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's your TV stand. This is kind of the door to your bedroom area, little table right there, and that's
No,
your
that's
closet.
that's a mirror on the wall on the. Yes, ma'am.
That's the mirror, I'm sorry, that's the mirror, and this is your little bedside table, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you guys are drinking, listening to music, hanging out. What happens next? Fall asleep?
No, we end up.
Y'all have sex?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And after you have sex, what happens next?
We chill, top it up, talk for a little bit, smoke a cigarette. Well, I smoke a cigarette. And
Did she smoke cigarettes?
no, she didn't.
She didn't smoke any cigarettes while you were there?
Not around me.
And smoke cigarettes, talk, chat a little bit, then what?
Fell asleep.
Were you aware that she had to leave the next day to catch a flight?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, was it your plan to wake her up and take her back wherever she needed to be?
I mean, at that time, we wasn't even thinking about any of that. We just,
You didn't have a plan?
No.
So you're asleep. Tell me what happens next.
I wake up to her screaming, saying, "Help me, help me." And I look up, and it's just from all the movement going on in the bed. That's when I wake up and I see Elisa on top of her.
What is she doing?
She's like with the knife coming down like this. And once I notice the knife, that's when I push this off of her.
What happens when you push this off of her?
I mean, just my reaction was just to push her, and I pushed her hard, and her and Marisela like tumble over and fall towards where the window is at right there. They fall towards the end of the bed.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am. But like towards more towards the corner.
This way?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happens next?
Lisa still got a hold of her, as I get up, I'm still trying to process what the hell is going on. I see Lisa still grabbing her. I jump over the bed, and as I come over to the bed, I'm trying to pry Lisa off of her, pull her apart, and Lisa got to like her hair or something to where she can't. She's trying to like get off of her, and I'm trying to pry them apart. You know how it's like if you hold something and somebody's trying to pull and you like let it go.
Yeah.
Like Marisela just ends up as I'm pulling them off. It's like Lisa just kind of like let go, and she just tumbles over. She tumbles over and she falls on the bed. I mean, I look behind me. She falls on the bed, and I look towards Lisa, and I grab Lisa, and I pin her to the wall, and I'm like, "What the f is? What the f are you doing?" You know? And she's like, "I told you not to bring any more girls over here."
What else did she say?
She's like, "I'm getting tired of this."
And you can quote, if you need to say a curse word quote, I want you to quote and tell this jury exactly what you remember Lisa saying.
She just said that I told you not to bring any more girls over here while you're disrespecting us. I do everything for you. And she was just like, you need to get your little bitch, and I need to leave now. I need to leave.
And what were you doing? What were you saying?
I was just like, that's all you had to fucking say, you know? Excuse my French.
That's all right. You make it do. What did you say to her?
That's what I said. I said, that's all you had to fucking say, you know? And as I turn around, I'm fixing to tell Marisela, like, let's go. And she's just there.
Just there?
Just lifeless, like gone. Just blood all over her. Like I didn't know what to do.
So what did you do?
I mean, I just woke up to this, so it's still like I'm not even registering everything. In my mind, I'm like, this can't be happening. This can't be happening. I go to the restroom. I come out of the room, and I come to the restroom, turn the light on. I throw water on my face, trying to like tell myself like, wake up. You know, like this is not happening. The water on my face, and that's when I realized I'm still naked. I drop the towel, I put the towel on, come back in, and Lisa's just still standing there, like just looking at her, just staring at her, just laying there.
Staring at Marisela?
Yes, and I could hear her saying something. Like I can't recall what she's saying, but it sounds like she's saying like, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? And as I come in, like I see the whole scene again, and I yell at Lisa. I'm like, Lisa, and she's like not snapping out of it. She's just like staring. I'm like, Lisa. I'm like, we have to fucking call. Excuse my French. I'm so sorry.
Going, that's fine.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
so sorry.
Go ahead. What do you tell Lisa?
I'm like, Lisa, you have to call 911. She's like, no, like hold on, think about what you're doing before you do it. And to me, like registering that, I was just thinking about the whole scene. Like I'm with her, I'm the last one with her. She's in my room. You know, it looks like I did something. So I'm like, well, you need to figure this shit out.
You can say, if you're quoting yourself, Mr. Beltran, you can say it. Okay, I want you to tell this jury exactly what you're thinking, the words you're thinking, and what you're saying to Lisa. Okay?
Yeah, I was just like, you need to figure this shit out. You told me to fucking leave. Like, you did this shit. Like, you need to, I'm gone. You know what I'm saying? I can't deal with this. Like, it was just so much to deal with. And I put my clothes on and grabbed my stuff and left.
And the clothes you're talking about, you came in, and where were your clothes?
Well, my dresser was right there. So I just grabbed some stuff out of my dresser real quick, put it on.
Did she ask you to do anything when you told her to figure this shit out?
When I was leaving, when I told her, I was like, I can't deal with this shit. She was telling me like, grab Nina, tell Nina to come in here. And that's when, like, right when I was leaving, the door right here, like I said, their room is right here. So their door was open, and right before I was leaving, Nina, I could see Nina in the bedroom, just in a bed. Yeah, right there, right there.
Where's her bed? Right there?
It's like the end, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said the door was open?
Yes, ma'am. This one right here.
And report that states Exhibit 33, you said the door was open and you could see Nina in there?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, 334, states 334. The door was open, you said,
Yes, ma'am.
and you could see Nina?
Mm-hmm.
And what did Nina look like?
I mean, from what I seen, she looked spooked too. She just looked like real spooked. Like,
What'd you say?
I'm pretty sure she heard what the hell was going on.
And what did you say to Nina?
I was just like, hey, I was like, Nina, Lisa wants you. I was like, I'm gone. I'm leaving. Like, and that's when I left.
And you left out of the garage, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you left in your alley.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's do a poll. Say, do you think he's being
we'll talk
truthful?
about what you did after the Audi here in a minute. I just want to show you a few photographs. This is states 248. That look like a picture of your empty bedroom, right? Is it hard to say without?
Yeah, it's hard to say because it kind of looks like this. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess Maricella's mom is like sobbing right now.
Let's look at states 274. Is that any easier to tell?
It's still kind of hard. I mean,
Okay.
looks like it though.
Looks like it though?
Yes, ma'am.
So if that's your bedroom, which wall, would it be this wall that your bed's on or this wall?
The first one that you pointed to. Yes,
This
ma'am.
side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so y'all would have been, the bed would have extended out this way and you said that Marisela was on your left side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you would have pushed Lisa and Marisela off into the floor.
Don't object to the counsel pleading. She's
Sustain, don't wait.
Okay. Which side was Marisela on?
She was on the left side.
And where did you push them off to?
The left side. That's where they rolled off to.
Okay. Can you turn around and look up there on the TV screen? Just point to the area where they landed.
They landed all right here.
And states 274. Would you say that's consistent with the area that they landed?
Yes, ma'am.
States 276. Does that appear to be the same area?
Yes, ma'am.
But when you lived there, there was carpet there?
Yes, that's why it looked a little different.
Now, you said you left in the alley. Did you have a plan? Did you have any idea what you were gonna do?
No, I'm still trying to process everything that just happened.
Do you recall about what time in the morning? Let me go back just a minute. I don't think I asked you this. Did Lisa have blood on her?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did she have blood?
She had a white nightgown little thing, and it was all over her.
All over the front of her?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Marisela? You said you turned and looked over your shoulder. Did you see Marisela?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see where her injuries were?
Not her injuries. I just seen blood.
Where did you see blood?
It was just all over her,
And you're pointing to all over,
like her chest area, all right here.
okay, her chest area and all over here.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you left the house in the Audi. Do you recall about what time?
It was still kind of like dark, so it was like becoming morning, I guess.
About dawn?
Dawn every day.
Okay. And where did you go?
I went to my girlfriend's house.
Did you go in?
No, ma'am.
What did you do there?
I just sat in the parking lot. I sparked me up a little piece of blunt. I'm still trying to process everything that happened.
And during that time, did you think about calling the police?
No, ma'am.
What did you do next? I mean, about how long did you stay in the apartment, parking lot?
Stayed there for quite a bit.
And do you recall what you did after that?
I was just trying to figure out everything to get my mind off of what just happened because I'm still trying to process everything. So I know what happened, but it's like in my mind, I'm like, it didn't happen. You know, I'm like, that couldn't have happened.
But it did happen.
But it did happen. Yes, ma'am.
Did you go get an oil change after that?
Yes, ma'am.
At the Take 5 oil change off of Lemon?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was, you recall about what time?
It was still early morning, still morning time. Like I said, I'm trying to do everything to get my mind off of what just happened.
What did you do after the oil change?
After the oil change, I went to Dykes' house.
And did you ever reach out to Nina or Lisa that day?
No, ma'am.
You recall if they ever tried to call you?
No, ma'am.
What'd you do that night?
I think I met up with one of my friends.
You remember which friend?
Melanie.
Madeline?
Melanie.
Okay. And what did you and Madeline do?
Well, I was supposed to meet up with her the night I met Marisela, but of course I was with Marisela, so I had to
you ghosted her, right?
ghosted.
Madeline.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you met up with Madeline that night.
Yeah, I had to, of course, make that up. So, like, I'm still trying to get everything out of my head. So I hit her up, and we ended up meeting up.
And looking back on it now, can you see how shallow and selfish that sounds?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Pittman, go ahead and mark your spot. We've been having testimony for about 2 hours. We will go ahead and take a 10-minute morning break.
All right.
Can you check your connection? It wasn't working.
So the poll about if you think he's being truthful right now, 81% say yes, he's being truthful.
All right.
Are you sure? Yes. No. No.
Yes, we're done. Okay. It's not normal conversation. It's kind of, if you're quoting someone, you yourself, you know, because
Is there anybody?
response right now. Makes sense? All right, just take a breath.
No, I mean, I didn't.
Okay. Just a-
So you're gonna be gone 5 hours, bridge ball.
Turn that air on now. I can't hear the hot mic. Yeah, that's his attorney. I'm trying to listen. That dang squeaky door. They need to shut up. I'm trying to eavesdrop. He said it's intense. He's so nervous. Shut up, Coffer.
You got it? Good. Okay.
That squeak.
No,
Hear him breathe. The coffer has got to go.
Hold on.
Whisper louder so we can eavesdrop. People are so rude when I'm trying to eavesdrop. I'm trying so hard. All right, we can't hear anything, whatever. Okay, so here's something that I noticed. When he was talking about what happened, did you see that when he said she had blood all over and he like did like this, that shows like him, that was like, that was truthful. Like he's showing where it was, like he's picturing it in his mind, like the memory. And then when he was talking about when he put Lisa up against the wall and he looked back at her, he acted it out, and he looked back to the direction where he would have been looking back if that were true. So to me, the way he acted that out again shows that part was him in that moment again, like that was from an actual memory. So that part was, I think, truthful too. But because think about like if you're telling a story about something that's not like an actual memory of yours, you tell it in a story sense. When you're talking about a memory, something that you actually lived through, you a lot of times like will have I do tendency to, you know, if you're like, oh, and then all of a sudden this guy came from over here, or, you know, then all of a sudden like my dog stepped on a bee or whatever, over here, like you tend to look in the direction or point or reenact or something, like it's like you're in that memory, and he did that with that.
What time do they usually go on break again? Like for lunch?
This girl's already worried about lunch.
Another hour. Okay. Okay.
I pulled his stuff, and so there's a lot of correspondence. We'll read some of them at lunch. Did you hear that? He said, just tell the truth. He said, that's what I've been doing. And the prosecutor said, I know you wouldn't be here if we didn't think so. Keep in mind, too, by the time they found her body was gone. It was bones. They found bones. So they don't see in the bones, you know, going over that, they don't see, you know, there's no bullet holes or like, you know, anything like that. They can rule out some of that stuff, but all they're able to do is rule out things. They can't say, oh, this is how she died. There's not going to be ligature marks. There's not going to be, you know, blade marks. There's not going to be any of that. So there's not going to be a tox screen to say if she overdosed. So all they're able to do when it's just bones is rule things out. So them coming up with what happened, you know, if they know that she was in that house and there's blood in that house, then those three are, you know, of course, going to be the main people they're looking at in that moment. Then they have the cell phone records. So they see that Lisa and Nina drove, you know, down to where her body was found. And then it comes out that, you know, Lisa used to live at a house 2 miles from that area, you know, and they're 30 minutes south at this point where the body was found. But Lisa just happened to live right there before, so she would have known about it. So they can put all of these things together to come up with theories, but without his testimony saying what happened, they wouldn't know any of this. So in order to get a prosecution for Lisa, who, you know, based on everything, seems like she's, you know, the main culprit of the actual murder, you know, having him come testify is going to be crucial, because they can't really prove anything to the jury without him. It was she went missing October 5th, and they found her in March 20 something, 23rd or something.
That outfit is gorgeous. I love the tone. It's just, that's why I kept looking at you. I'm like, God, I love that.
I guess
I think we could look it on YouTube.
Marisela's mom is having a really hard time with this right now. I guess she's in court, like sobbing during this.
15 years younger.
We're all in that same age group, all of us.
Now, mine was much younger.
Yeah.
25.
Yeah, he said that Lisa came in and attacked her when they were asleep, and he woke up to her doing that. So after Lisa and Nina disposed of her body, yeah, like they all three of them fled. Now, do I think he's guilty for not coming forward and for not, calling the police? Yes, I understand reasons behind it, not excuses, not any reason that would justify it. But when this happened, they all fled.
You may continue in direct examination.
Thank you. Chuck, we left off and you said that you were hooking up with Madeline.
He's got water.
The night before, and I asked you, did you understand just how that looks?
Yes, ma'am.
How does that look?
Hold on. Mr. Wood, you moved the microphone when you were speaking with the witness. If you could put it back to the for his mouth. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Wood. All right, Ms. Pittman, you may continue.
Thank you. How does that look?
You're messed up. Selfish. I didn't know what to do.
You're trying to just get it out of your mind?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen anything like that ever before?
Never.
So you take Madeline, where do you take her?
We rent a room right behind Dykes' apartments.
Stay the night with her?
Yes, ma'am.
And what'd you do the next day?
We just hang out.
Did you hang out with Madeline? Did you hang out with your friends? Who'd you hang out with?
With Madeline?
Did you tell her anything about what had happened?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear, do you remember when you started hearing from Lisa again?
It was like days after.
Did you talk to her at all? I mean, you didn't talk to her at all in between?
No, once she did that and made the comment to leave, I mean, I didn't even want to talk. I had nothing to talk about with her.
Do you remember if she started trying to call you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she try to call you several times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you answer?
Eventually I did.
At some point in the days after, did you talk to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you talked to her, was Nina on the phone as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did y'all say? What was the conversation?
They were just asking me where have I been? Am I okay? Come back home. Everything's okay.
And when they said come back home, what did they tell you about how the home was?
They said it's back to normal. Everything's good. Just come home.
Did they tell you what happened to Marisela?
No, ma'am, but I mean, I figured.
Did you return back to the house?
Eventually I did.
And what did you do when you returned?
I didn't want to be around them, so I went when they weren't there. I packed me some clothes and stuff and left.
What did your room look like?
spotless. Like nothing ever happened.
They cleaned it. Wow.
When you saw Marisela, you looked over your shoulder and you saw her bleeding from here. You said lifeless. Did you know she was dead?
I mean, I've never seen a person dead before, only on movies, but I mean, it looked to what I've seen, there was nothing I could do.
So when you went back to the house, you said it was spotless.
It's completely clean, like bed made, everything was how I usually leave it.
What'd you do all that week?
The club was, this is during the whole, I guess, pandemic stuff was starting to die down, and the club was starting to open back up. So, like, me and Dykes and the people that work at the club were meeting up at the bar to figure out what we're gonna do to open up.
Were you going about your business, trying to act normal?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell anybody what had happened?
No, ma'am.
In fact, what did you tell Dax? You actually saw Dax the day after you saw Marisela murdered. What did you tell him about Marisela?
I mean, he asked, I mean, just homeboy to homeboy, he asked what we did that night. And I told him, you know, we had sex. And after that, I dropped her off. And that was it.
Why didn't you want to tell Dax?
I don't know how you tell somebody you just witnessed somebody murder like that, you know?
Why didn't you call the police then?
I'm scared.
In the days after, I mean, we're talking, you know, several days after, you're just going about your business. Did you ever think about calling the police later down the road?
I've always had it in the back of my mind, but I always thought that it could be pointed to me.
Why'd you think that?
I mean, they're attorneys, they have good jobs, they don't have no record. Me, I look like the bad guy. I was scared.
Without Lisa, did you have any money, any means to travel or anything like that?
No, that was my source of income.
At some point, did you become aware that your face was being, you know, kind of blasted out there as the last person to be seen with Marisela?
Yes, well, first, as I'm going to the club and stuff, trying to open up, Freddie comes around and he showed me the missing photo of Marisela. And he's like, hey, this looks like the girl that you're with, you know? He's like, man, what happened? I'm like, I don't know. He's like, damn, it's messed up, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I know.
And after you found that out from Freddie, what did you do?
I go to my friend B's house, and I talked to him about, like, man, I said, I kind of wanted to tell him, but I just didn't know how. So I was just like, man, I'm going through some stuff right now, bro. Like, I don't know what to do. You know, like, I need to figure something out. And he's like, man, like what's going on? And stuff. I'm like, it's hard to say. I need to figure something out. You know what I'm saying? I was like, man, like, can you hit up our boy in New Orleans? I was like, I just need to duck off somewhere to figure something out, you know? And
So did you go to New Orleans?
yes, ma'am.
Who'd you go to New Orleans with?
Melanie.
And how'd you guys get there?
We drove
Whose car?
the Tucson, Lisa's Tucson.
And so you drove to Tucson. Did you go back to the house to get the Tucson? How did you get to Tucson?
We met up and switched cars.
Who's we?
Me and Lisa. Yeah, Lisa called me, and she told me about, because my face was on the news and stuff, and she was like, "Hey, like, bring me the car. Bring me the car. I don't want you to get caught up for anything you didn't do. You know, you might get busted in the car. So bring it to me, and I'm gonna take care of it." So we switched cars.
And so you and Madeline go to New Orleans and to Tucson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get to New Orleans, well, let me back up just a little bit. At some point, did you get a phone call from Lisa, maybe about 10 days or so after you saw this happen? Did you get a phone call from her where she told you that the FBI contacted her?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she tell you?
She just said that they reached out to her looking for me.
And what did she tell you? Did she tell you to do anything?
Yeah, that's why I went to New Orleans. She told me to get out of the city.
So after Lisa contacted you about the FBI, did she claim at all that she thought that was a fraudulent call? Did she say that she didn't think it was really the FBI?
Not that I remember.
But she told you to get out of town
Yes, ma'am.
and told you to bring the Audi so y'all could switch so you didn't get caught up in that car.
Yes, ma'am.
Because the Audi was on blast too, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So you and Madeline take the Tucson to New Orleans, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were y'all gonna stay?
Well, Lisa was funding me money to move around. She told me to get an Airbnb out there and just wait right there until she gives me word.
And the Airbnb, who booked that? Was it in your name or Madeline's name?
Madeline.
When you get to the Airbnb, what happens?
Stay there, I think like not even 2 nights. And we stayed there one night, and then the next day, she tells me about the Tucson now. I need to get rid of the Tucson.
Who tells you?
Lisa.
And did you get a phone call from Dykes during that time period too?
Not that I remember.
So you talk to Lisa. Lisa tells you to get rid of the Tucson. So what's the plan?
At this point, I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of the Tucson now. So she tells me, me and Madeline talked because Madeline left her car back in Dallas. So Lisa told me just to tell her to take the car to the house, drop the car off, and have Madeline come back and meet you up. So that's what we did.
Had you told Madeline what was going on at that time?
No, she asked, but
What'd you tell her?
I was just like, man, I was like, I don't know.
When she brought the car back, did she pick you up?
Who?
Madeline, I'm sorry. Did Madeline pick you up back in her car?
Yeah, well, after the Airbnb, like I told you before I left, I talked to my homeboy, Brian, and he ended up hitting up my homeboy that stays in New Orleans. So when we left the Airbnb, that's where I ended up going to. So I was staying there, and when she left to go take the Tucson, Melanie came back to that same spot and met up with me there.
And what did you and Madeline do after that?
We stayed there about a week. Lisa said she's gonna give me a call, and she's gonna tell me when it's safe to like move around. And so I finally get the call, and she was like, "Hey, meet us in Pennsylvania, but make sure you don't let the girl come. You know where we're at." So I was like, okay.
Okay. So while you were in New Orleans, when you left Texas with Medellin, and probably right after you left, you had a phone with phone number 214-600-0181. Does that sound familiar?
I can't remember. It was
How many phones and phone numbers do you think you've had during that time period, if you can even guess?
I mean, I changed them a lot. I break them, buy a new one. So I changed them a lot.
Before you went to New Orleans, did you get rid of that phone and get a new one?
Yes, ma'am.
So when Lisa is calling you, she's not calling you on the phone that you had here at that time.
No, ma'am.
Now, Lisa tells you that she's going to give you a call and tell you where to go. Where did she tell you to go?
To Pennsylvania to meet her and Nina.
And did you and Medellin drive up there?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was the ride?
It was cool, I guess.
It was okay?
Yeah.
Was it quiet?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you nervous?
Yes, ma'am.
Paranoid?
Everywhere I was going, yes, ma'am. I mean, my face was on the news and stuff, so.
At any time, if Medellin wanted to leave, could she have left?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, she drove you up to Pennsylvania. Do you know where in Pennsylvania you went?
No, like I said, I was just listening to Lisa's instructions. She was just telling me to get a hotel somewhere and that they're going to pick me up from there. She didn't want her to know where Lisa and Nina stayed.
She didn't want you to know.
She didn't want Melanie to know.
Okay, where Lisa and Nina stayed in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Okay. She didn't want her to know where their house was.
Yes, ma'am. So she told me to get dropped off at a hotel, stay there, tell Melanie to go back home, and then they're going to pick me up from the hotel.
Okay. And did that happen?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you go after that?
They picked me up and took me to the house in Pennsylvania.
Did you all stay in Pennsylvania?
Yes, for a little bit.
And then where did y'all go?
Well, I stayed there a couple of days by myself. They left. I don't know where they went. They flew somewhere or went somewhere. And then when they came back, they had this whole plan on let's go to Mexico.
Okay. Did you have a passport?
No, ma'am.
How'd you get a passport?
Nina and Lisa set that all up.
Where'd y'all go to get a passport?
We drove to Buffalo.
And did y'all stay for a while in Buffalo?
Yes, ma'am. Rented a couple hotels. I mean, they were taking me to sightsee and stuff and do all this.
How'd that make you feel going sightseeing?
I was pissed at them. I was so mad because I was like, I'm trying to figure out this. Once I got linked up with them, I'm trying to figure out how to clear my name from this because I'm literally kind of blackmailing Lisa now. Like, hey, you know what you did? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you sending me out here? And she's like, just chill. We're gonna get all this clear for you. We're gonna get all this cleared.
Now, you had a passport appointment, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have to go once or twice to the passport office?
Twice.
You went the first time, what happened?
Nina had already had all the paperwork filled out and stuff, so I just went there. I already had a picture taken and stuff, so I just had to sign some papers. And
go ahead, I'm sorry, Ms. Beltran, go ahead.
Yeah, I had to sign some papers and stuff, and then there was a reason why I couldn't get it. I guess they had enough information, so they told me I had to get something and come back.
Now, let's switch back real quick to your first, Megan, the mother of your first child, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she put you on child support?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever pay child support?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that if you have a backlog of child support, that you can't get a passport? Did you know that?
No, ma'am.
Did you pay off your back child support?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who did?
Yes, ma'am.
Who paid off your back child support?
Nina.
Do you have any idea how much child support you owed?
Well, after the whole payment thing was going on, they told me
How much?
it was like 20 grand,
20 grand?
20, 30, like somewhere around there. But they said that they would lift it or something if they pay like half of it, or majority of it.
They would lift the passport.
To let me get a passport, yes, ma'am.
Now, were you able to get a passport?
Yeah, after they made the whole call to do all that, yes, ma'am.
And so at the second appointment, did that process go through?
I didn't go in because, like I said, they needed some additional information. So Nina went in for me, and she acted as my attorney or a cousin or something, and she ended up getting the passport.
They mentioned they wanted to go to Mexico, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this a vacation? Was this to stay? Did you know?
Well, I mean, to them, they were portraying it to me like, hey, like just to clear your mind so you won't think about stuff and watch your back this whole time while we're trying to figure how to clear your name from this. We're going to go to Mexico where, of course, like, I guess my face won't be over there in that country or state.
How'd you get to Mexico?
We drove.
And do you remember when you went to Mexico?
No, man.
Do you remember how long you stayed?
Say about 3 weeks.
About 3 weeks?
To a month.
To a month?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when they first took you down to Mexico, did they stay with you the whole time?
No, ma'am.
What did they do?
They left.
And did they drive or did they fly?
They flew. They said they had to take care of some stuff back in the States, which I didn't understand. They left and I stayed there.
What car did you guys drive down?
The Maserati.
Maserati?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at some point, do you know what happened to the Audi?
No, ma'am.
At some point, did you get a new car?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you get?
A Jeep Wrangler.
Okay. Did they bring that Jeep down to you in Mexico?
Yes, ma'am.
Chuck, I'm showing you, this has been marked States 300. This is the second page of States 300. Does that appear to be that same Jeep?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at some point, you all drove back. You said you stayed down there about 3 weeks to a month.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe longer. I can't really remember. It was quite a bit of time.
And looking back at States 300, the first page, that's you, Charles Anthony Beltran, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you crossed back, you said you drove back from Mexico into the United States, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all have one car or two cars?
2 cars.
What 2 cars did you have?
The Maserati and the Jeep.
Who rode what car?
Me and Lisa was in the Jeep, and Nina was in the Maserati.
Have you ever seen that document before?
No, ma'am.
So you crossed over from Mexico to the United States. Do you remember where, like what state you crossed over into?
Oh, ma'am.
Where did you guys go after you came back from Mexico?
Whichever side, because we stayed in Albuquerque, New Mexico, so wherever side that side is, that's what side we left on.
Okay, that's the side you came in on is near Albuquerque.
That's the side, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so after you came back across the border, did you guys go to Albuquerque?
Yes, ma'am.
You stayed there?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you stay there?
Just a night, just to rest, and then get back on the road.
And then where'd you go?
Their plan was to go to Miami.
Did you go with them?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got to Miami, how long? Do you remember how long that took to get to Miami?
some days we would just stop, rent a hotel, and keep on going. We'll rent a hotel for the night.
I mean, so you guys are on the run.
Yeah.
Seems like.
Yes, ma'am.
What you
Well,
guys playing?
to me, it was me on the run because my face was on the thing. So they were just comfortable with trying to go out to eat and all this stuff, and I wasn't.
I didn't think about that. They weren't even
At
looking
that
for
point,
them.
I mean, you still hadn't told anybody what happened.
I mean, I'm just with them now. Like I'm not talking to nobody.
Were you relying on them to take care of you?
Well, in Mexico, there was a whole ordeal where, because after the whole thing with Marisela happened and she told me to leave, like the dynamic of our relationship just, so we knew that we were going to separate from each other, but I was staying with them because they kept on telling me that they were going to clear my name from this. They even contacted a lawyer, had me on speakerphone with them, telling me about that I'm good to move around. Like I have nothing to worry about.
Talking about your social media, this is kind of early on, we're going back. Did you get some instructions from Lisa about what to do with your social media?
Yeah, sure. That's why the phone call with the lawyer, I don't even know if it was a real lawyer or not, I don't know. But he was basically saying that, I'm good to do, keep on doing your social media things and all that stuff. So yeah, she would just tell me to keep post like I'm just living life, like nothing's going on.
Like nothing's going on?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you post old videos and things like that made it appear you were in Dallas?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, getting back to Mexico, we kind of skipped over the part of Mexico. Were they there with you the whole time in Mexico?
No, ma'am.
How long do you think you were there by yourself?
I stayed there about a week by myself.
At some point, did you have somebody come visit you in Mexico?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
Madeline.
Okay. And how long did she stay with
She stayed about a week. About a week.
you? And why did she leave?
Well, the first time she left, because she left 2 times.
Okay.
So the first time she left, I knew that Lisa and Nina was coming back. And she always talked about her uncle living in Mexico, and she wanted to visit him. So when she came to see me, and when I knew Lisa and Nina was coming back, I told her, I was like, hey, like, why don't you go meet up with your uncle and stuff, and later on I'll come meet you at your uncle's house and stuff. I was just trying to get her away from them two.
Okay.
I didn't want them two to see her with me over there.
Okay.
So-
And something happened when she went to go visit her uncle with her car. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have to go pick her up?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what town you were in when you had to pick her up?
It was a town like right next to the town we were in San Carlos, and it was like literally like it's a highway that not even a highway, it's like a little freeway. You just hit the corner and you're in a whole other little area. Oh, I forgot what it's called though.
And so you picked her up from there,
Yes, ma'am.
and you took her back to San Carlos with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Were Nina and Lisa on the way? Were they coming in?
Yes, ma'am.
And what'd you do about that issue?
About what? Like
About Medellin and having Medellin there with Lisa and Nina?
I'm just trying to figure out how to get Madeline out of there because that whole situation that happened with Marisela.
And how did you get her out of there?
Well, Lisa be having she has these crazy dreams sometimes, and she be telling me about them. And one day we were talking.
Since I'm objecting to the amount of responsibility, that's obviously development of this stream.
Since they is non-responsible.
I don't want you to tell me about that part right now, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We're not going after that, but were you able to get Medellin
Yes, yes, ma'am.
out of there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Lisa see her? Did she know she was there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did Madeline come and hang out with everybody, or did you keep her off in her room?
Yeah, I kept her in the room.
At some point, I mean, was she there very long at the same time with Nina and Lisa?
No, it was like literally like one night.
Okay, and how did you get Madeline to wherever she needed to go?
I got her a little bus ticket, and I told her again I'll meet her. I'll meet her later on, and then we dropped her off at the bus place. She ended up going to, I forgot where she was going, but she ended up leaving.
Okay. And she had family down there in Mexico, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I kind of backtracked a little bit, but you were telling the jury about traveling from Albuquerque to Miami. Where did you all stay when you got to Miami? Where did you all stay? I'm sorry, where did you all stay when you got to Miami?
They rented a hotel. It was like one of the long stay hotels. We stayed there for a couple nights, and then it was like low budget, so they didn't want to stay there too long. So they ended up looking for an apartment, and they ended up finding an apartment, and we moved in there.
Okay, so when you moved into the apartment, did y'all have furniture?
And
Did they have to go buy furniture?
They ended up leaving, and I guess they ended up getting the furniture from Pennsylvania and bringing it to
the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what happened to all the furniture that was in the Kensington house?
No, ma'am.
So they brought the furniture from Pennsylvania, moved into Miami. Do you recall the name of the apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am. It's called Parks at Kendall.
And how long did you stay there?
3 weeks, a month.
3 weeks to a month? Okay. Were they there with you?
Well, at first, there was no furniture in there, so they left. I said they left, went to Pennsylvania, picked up all the furniture, and drove it back to Miami.
And after they drove that furniture back to Miami, were they there most of the time?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing during that time?
I mean, I never been to Miami, so I'll just kind of just take a drive and see everything.
Okay. Were you concerned about your face being out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Now in Miami, you met somebody, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you meet?
Nicole.
And how'd you meet Nicole?
I was in a grocery store, and we walked down the aisle, and I seen her. She seen me, and we started talking.
And what happened from there?
I mean, we exchanged numbers, and she was asking where I'm from.
What'd you tell her?
I told her Pennsylvania. I didn't want to tell her Texas because my whole face was on the news and stuff. So I told her Pennsylvania. And
What'd you tell her your name was?
Antonio.
Antonio?
Yeah, which is my name anyway in Spanish, though.
Okay, your middle name?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you guys start kind of spending some time together?
Yeah, not right off the rip, but it was like a couple of days passed. We would text each other, and then we ended up.
Did you bring her up to the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And were Nina and Lisa there when you took her to the house?
No, not the beginning. Like I said, they were gone. They left for that week or so. So I had the apartment to myself.
You had mentioned before that the relationship between you and Lisa and Nina had changed quite a bit. Did you trust them?
No.
When you were in Miami, did you ever bring Nicole over to the apartment when Lisa and Nina were there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had you done anything to kind of make yourself feel more secure in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you do?
I just made sure that I was up and stayed by the door. I actually put a whole table in front of the door so I could block it, just to be aware of what's going on around me.
Did you put any cameras up?
Yes, ma'am.
And
I had the ring, the little ring. I don't know what they're called. They're like small little like desktop little. You just sit them on anything.
at some point, did Nicole, back to the cameras, how many cameras do you think you put up?
I put up 2. I put up one.
She's still
like
writing
leading
notes.
towards the door, and then because how the apartment was set up, when you walk into the door, there's a restroom to the left, like right when you come in, and that restroom leads to the bedroom right there, and then it's a hallway straight. So I got one camera coming this way, and then the other way to get to from the room to the living room is there's another door on the opposite side. So I put another camera from the refrigerator right here to that door.
And what would they do with the cameras?
When I leave, they'll like turn them down.
How'd that make you feel?
I mean, I was mad because I wanted to see what was going on. I wanted to make sure, just keep watch on them. And when I confronted them about it, they were like, "Whoa, it feels like we're being watched, so we turn them down."
At some point, did Nicole know, did she learn your true name?
Yes, ma'am.
And when she learned that, what did she ask you?
She asked me nothing.
She didn't ask you anything about it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you leave Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Why'd you leave Miami?
Just the trust of them. When they did the whole camera thing, I just didn't know what they were talking about, what was being said. So the reason I stuck around was because, like I said, they were already promised me to clear my name from this, and we were gonna part ways because they were gonna sell this house. So money was involved too, which is selfish of me. But I wanted this money too. So
The plan was to sell the house in Pennsylvania, right?
yes, ma'am.
And at that point, there was going to be some sort of split of the money.
Yeah, they were gonna go their way. I was gonna go my way, and that was the plan.
What were you being told about the sale of the house in Pennsylvania?
They were just telling me that the amount that it could sell for, and the amount that I could get, and they just kept telling me to wait till the house sells. You know, like, we got you. Just keep calm, because, like I said, it's selfish of me that I was doing this, but I was using it as blackmail a little bit to get the money.
And did you ever get any of that money?
No, I didn't even know the house sold.
You left Miami. Where did you go?
I went to New Orleans. Back to New Orleans.
Back to New Orleans?
Yes,
Did
ma'am.
you stay in New Orleans for a while?
Stayed there for a couple of days, and then it was just getting to be a lot, doing all this back and forth, running, ripping and running. So I had on my mind that I wanted to turn myself in, and I came to Dallas.
And who did you come see in Dallas?
A couple of my friends,
And who else did you see?
a couple of girls that I used to deal with.
Okay. And did you stay with some of them?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you go see Jasmine?
Yes, ma'am.
And Jasmine is the mother,
The mother.
of your younger daughter, Charlie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and Jasmine, I guess, kind of tell the jury a little bit about your relationship with Jasmine.
It was love, because I didn't have my kid around, so and she had a son, and I know how it is like for a boy not to have his dad around because I went through that. So her giving me the chance to even take care of her boy was like a lot to me. So I always had that love for her son, and them as a whole. So it was just that I just was living this crazy club lifestyle too. So it's just I wanted the family thing, but I was tied into both of these lifestyles. I couldn't just be that man for her.
And so, is Jasmine somebody you trusted?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to Jasmine?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did y'all talk about?
Well, we haven't talked since the whole club thing when I walked away from her. We haven't talked since then, and I just didn't know how to get in contact with her.
And were you able to get in contact with her?
Yes, ma'am. I went to her apartment and knocked on her door. Of course, I was like, what the heck am I doing? Because I was still kind of spooked from everything. So like I just left. Then I still didn't know how to get in contact with her. So I bought like a little like bear, little stuffed bear. And I just threw it in like her back patio, and I could hit her back glass. And I put my phone number on there, and I was like, hey man, like I really need some help. Like hit me up. And so she hit me up.
Okay, and did you go to her house?
To her apartment.
To her apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you guys talk?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you stay there with her?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you stay there?
I stayed there a couple of days.
What did you guys talk about?
She was just wondering what was going on with the whole thing. And like I said, I wasn't telling nobody anything. I was just like, man, like, I'm just trying to figure this out. I'm just trying to clear my name from this stuff, you know?
So you didn't tell her what really happened?
No, ma'am.
Did you guys, did you talk about turning yourself in?
Yes, ma'am.
And why didn't you tell Jasmine what really happened?
I don't know. Sorry.
And you talked about turning yourself in, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she encourage you to do that?
Well, I was just battling between the two because I just didn't know what would inspire from the whole ordeal, you know, and I didn't want to be put in jail for something I didn't do. So it was just a thing torn between the turn myself in and not turn myself in. So it wasn't like encouragement. She was just like, man, like whatever we need to do to figure out what's going on, then we'll do that.
And did you guys leave Dallas area and go to New Orleans?
Yes, because she was getting calls from like the detectives now, and she was just getting spooked, and I didn't want her to get tied into all that nonsense either. So I was like, man, I need to find somewhere to just figure this out, man. Like, can you please just help me get somewhere I could figure this out, and then we can go from there.
Is this the first time that you've separated yourself from Lisa and Nina?
Well, I've separated, like fully, or just,
Well,
I did plenty of times though.
I'm saying that you chose to leave them for an extended period and you weren't going to go back.
Yeah, well, I did a couple of times, but I ended up coming back because of course, I had a relationship with Nicole too. So that's what was drawing me back to Miami.
Okay.
But I would leave. From time
And
to
so
time.
this time you left.
Yeah, this time I left for good though. Yeah.
Okay. And where did you end up?
I ended up in Utah.
And then Jasmine has some family in Utah, some brothers.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you stay with them?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall how long you were in Utah before you got arrested?
I say like 4 or 5 days.
4 or 5 days?
Mm-hmm.
Sometime during in late March, do you recall having a text message conversation with Lisa?
Yes, ma'am.
And Lisa would call you lover, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What would you call her?
I'll call her lover too, or babe, or
Did you refer to her as mom sometimes?
yeah, we call her Mama Bear.
Mama Bear?
Yes, ma'am. Mom.
Based on that conversation, I mean, what did Lisa tell you?
She told me that Nina got picked up. Yeah, I hope she don't say anything about anything.
What else she said?
She wanted me to come meet her up. She wanted me to come pick her up, and she was just asking me like, "Hey, can you come get me? Can you come get me?"
And I mean, how did you respond?
Like I said, at this point, it was just I didn't want to be around them. I didn't trust them. I said it's selfish of me, but I just wanted this money. I really did. And that's why I was asking. I was like, hey, like, you have your money, you know, like what's going on with this whole money thing? You know?
So you asked for some money. Did you kind of lead her to believe you might meet up with her? If you could?
Yes.
And
Happy anniversary.
you're in Utah, you said 4 or 5 days in this apartment. Did you talk to any of the people in the apartment about what you were running from?
No, they asked, but I was just like, man, I need to figure some stuff out, man. Like I said, it's difficult to talk about. And I mean, everybody that I was talking to about this stuff, like I couldn't talk about it, but they know I was in some trouble because I was like, I can't talk to you about it, but I just need some help, you know?
Okay.
And they were all willing to.
A lot of people willing to help.
Yeah, they were willing to help me.
When you get arrested, did you meet with a detective, female detective from Dallas?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember her name?
No, ma'am.
And
Welcome,
was there a male
Jim.
detective in there too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then when you got arrested, was it the same day that you got arrested that you talked to them, or were you in jail a day or two before?
I think I was in there for a day. Then they came. Then they flew in the next day.
Did you agree to talk to them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you talked to them for a long time, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you have any idea, first of all, did you know whether or not Marisela's remains have been found?
No, ma'am.
And other than knowing you were the last person to be seen with her, did you have any other information about the case going on in Dallas
No, ma'am.
at that time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You spent probably 2 hours talking to them, maybe a little over 2 hours, 2.5 hours talking to them. Does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
You agreed to waive your rights and speak to him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first talked to him, you didn't tell him the truth, did you?
No, ma'am.
What did you tell him?
It's the same, don't leave.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you tell him the truth?
No, ma'am.
What did you tell him?
I was so mad about the whole situation because they kept on. As soon as I got detained, like everything was hitting me at once. I'm like, I felt like they were just keeping me close, so I wouldn't say anything.
Who's that?
Lisa and Nina. So once I got detained, like I wanted to speak the truth, but I wanted to refrain me from being in the area of witnessing what I witnessed. You know what I'm saying? Because I know I could probably get charged, still being in my selfish ways, thinking about myself. I was trying to refrain myself from being in there. So I told him what I told him.
Okay. Well, and you just watched the video recently, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you tell them in that first probably 45 minutes of the video, did you tell them that you even knew what happened to Marisela?
No, ma'am.
What'd you tell them that you thought happened?
I told them that I woke up. Lisa was coming in here with this knife. I pushed him out the way. Nina was trying to bum rush in too. Pushed her out the way, and I left.
Did you tell the detective anything about what happened after that? Where you went or anything?
No, I just told him that I left and went to Dykes' house.
At some point, do you recall the male detective talking to you about the charge that you were arrested for?
Yes, ma'am.
And he talked about capital murder. Did he explain that to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he tell you?
That I could be looking at death penalty, life sentence. Like, here's your opportunity to tell us what's going on.
And you said that you watched your video. Based on that, did you right then start telling the truth?
Somewhat. Like I said, I was still being in my selfish ways of trying to clear my name from the whole being there and witnessing that. So I didn't tell him like that I was there. I was trying to tell him the truth about what was going on, but me not being in prison of what happened, so I wouldn't get in trouble.
At some point, do you recall Detective Ramirez talking about your daughters in relation to Marisela and
Yes,
what
ma'am.
you would want someone to do if that was your daughter? Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
How did that affect you? Did that have an effect on you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what effect did that have?
I was just thinking about him. Like, I can't spend the rest of my life in here, you know? Like,
Did you decide at some point after that to tell the truth?
like I said, I mean, I'm trying to tell the truth in there, but again, I'm trying to make sure that I'm not getting charged or accused for anything that I didn't do. And so I'm trying to refrain from being in the presence of that whole situation. So I'm telling the truth, but I'm taking myself out of like being there witnessing what I've seen. So I won't get charged for anything.
At some point, I think, do you recall if the detectives left?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask for them to come back?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, did you tell them what you witnessed Lisa do?
Yes, ma'am.
In that discussion, are they really pushing you hard? Do you remember Detective Ramirez's kind of demeanor?
Yeah, they were.
I mean, was she super aggressive?
She
Beating
started.
on the table, yelling at you, things like that?
Nah, not like that. But she was trying to get some information out of me. She wanted to know.
Did you feel coerced in any way?
No,
Do you know what coerced means? I'm sorry. Did you feel forced to tell anything?
no, ma'am.
Ms. Pittman, if you could mark your spot, it is now 12:33. Well, that runs a little fast, but it's time for lunch. We will go ahead and take our lunch break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, remember your instructions. Do not discuss any of the testimony that you've heard with each other or with anyone, or do any independent research online or anywhere else. We will be at recess, and I expect you back in the jury room no later than 1:30 p.m.
All right.
They turned that air on as soon as they stopped trying to cool off that room. Oh, I didn't realize it was showing jurors.
You may be seated. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're at lunch. Thank you.
I didn't realize it showed jurors. I moved it before it showed too many of them. They're probably going to take that down after that. Actually, let me write down the demographic.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then, so this is my daughter, Shay. Oh, come here again? Shay. Shay Hanson, very nice to meet you. You're a senior this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what you're doing?
Kinesiology. I want to do physical therapy. Stephen F. Austin is the plan right now.
Well, I'm so glad you're able to come back and all work. Very excited.
She's heard a little bit about this. It's every day.
It is very nice to meet you.
You guys see you too.
All right, I believe Mr. Savage, deputy, I believe Mr. Savage wanted to like to move away.
Sorry, hold on. I wanted to, okay, sorry, I'm focused now. I wanted to get the demographics of the jury before they take that video down for accidentally showing the jury. I'm curious. All right, so Ricky Watson, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate it. Look at little Lucy. Look at her little, look at her. She is not bothered by this trial at all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Let me scroll down. I missed a little bit because I was getting the jury information. Let me catch up. I don't know if there's interrogation tapes. I am not really sure, but I can look. But I did pull court documents and wow. Yeah, the court has, like, the feed only has the one. I actually pulled the other view. Like, the Fox only has the one view. So I did some digging and found a court feed so that we could have the full view too and see what's going on. Let's see. they had the hearing. Yeah. So for the sentencing, they had the hearing yesterday where I think I haven't watched it yet. I saved it for us to watch together as a family, but I have not watched it yet. But we can watch that at lunch. And then we're going to go over, man, these letters I pulled from public records, the letters that he wrote to the court. Wow. We're going to go over those too. Peter Ware, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. It's just raining green in here. I love it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I like it when people get gifted memberships because then you get to use all the fun emojis. All the fun stuff. Crystal Ray gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Y'all are very generous today. It's Friday. It's Friday. I need a miracle ear. Yeah, so I can eavesdrop better. Yes. Yes. All right. Am I getting caught up? Oh, wait. His charges, well, he's charged with murder, and I have his indictment too that we'll pull up. He's charged with murder, but I believe we heard them say this morning that in exchange for his testimony, because this is not on public record yet. Obviously, it's not like a done deal yet, but they said in exchange for his testimony, as long as his testimony is truthful, that he will get the murder charge will be dismissed. So, let's see. Yes, it is so good to be back home. So good to be back home. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. I drink out of this. I love this cup. I love this cup. I drink out of it all the time. Okay. Am I caught up now? All right. So what do you want to do first? Do you want to go over the letters first, or do you want to watch that hearing for the eyedrop murder trial where she saw the judge yesterday? I don't know how long it lasts. Oh, it might last. Oh, actually, it's longer than I thought. Oh, it lasts like an hour. I thought it was only like, I thought it was a short one. Okay, maybe we'll try to fit that in after or something. We'll see what happens with that. I thought it was shorter, so we were going to fit it in. Okay, so let's do the letters. Let me pull this up. Y'all, this stuff is wild. Oh, do you want to know what I saw with the jury too? TL Sexy gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. More green, more green. Lynn 03, Keith B, Christy Duncan, and Dorothy DePompa were all gifted memberships. You look good in green, kids. You look good in green. All right, let's see. Let me pull. Let me pull this stuff. All right. So this is scrolling down. His arraignment sheet is basically, it was capital murder, which they said this a minute ago. He was charged with capital murder. He had a $500,000 bond. That's nothing we haven't heard yet. Jen, welcome. Welcome to the family. Welcome, welcome. You live here now. This is where you live. This is your home. We're glad to have you. Our little family just a growing. All right. Okay, so he was appointed an attorney And then oops, wrong one. Wrong one. Okay, so this is the first letter. Can I zoom in? Yeah, I can zoom. I like it so much when I can zoom. My old lady eyeballs, it makes it so much easier. Okay, so this one was written on January 20th of 22. He says, I was appointed a new attorney by the courts on the day of the 9th of December, 2021. My point of contact informs me that counsel is required to contact the accused within 48 hours of receipt of this order by mail or in person. A in-person method, maybe a in-person method is a preferred method as required by Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. To date, I have yet to meet anyone yet. I don't know what's going on or haven't been updated on my case. My point of contact also informed me on the public access dallascounty.org website. 2 pass slips were filed each, which they are. He has a lot of pass slips on here. If y'all saw, like, look, hold on. Look at all those pass slips. Look at all these, and all of these before he finally writes him. That's a lot of pass slips, y'all. So, 2 pass slips were filed each on the day of the 12th of December 2021 for a defendant, Stephen Frazier. I don't know who this person is or how he's related to my case. This is unacceptable. I need to know what steps to take to get this case moving. There are too many issues going on within the courts on such a serious case that making it difficult for me to move forward. Your assistance in this matter will be much appreciated. I look forward to hearing from you soon. Thank you in advance for your attention to this request. Okay, so that's the first one. Oh, this is a pass slip. So they had, I was looking at these earlier. Like if you see, this one's filed for him too. And this is that name he was just saying. But to the honorable judge, comes now the attorney for the defendant to request a continuance of this case. So basically you're instead of having a deadline where you're supposed to do something on it, it's requesting to just pass over this deadline and move it forward. So instead of him doing any of the stuff that he's, like instead of doing anything to get the case moving forward, he keeps passing it forward, like passing the deadline forward. Does that make sense? So that was the first respondent. Okay, now this is the next one. This one is April. So this is like, what was the other one? January. So this is like 3 months later. All right. I want to know why I'm being treated the way I am. I'm being wrongfully accused for murder. I've been held in a cell for over a year now, not knowing the status of this case. I haven't had a bond reduction or hearing. Code of Criminal Procedure, article, whatever, states a defendant who is detained in jail pending trial of an accusation against him must be released either on personal bond or by reducing the amount of bail required. If the state is not ready for trial of the criminal action for which he is being detained within 90 days from the commencement of his detention, if he is accused of a felony. I've been detained for 365 days and counting with the same bond. I do admit at the beginning when I was a person of interest, I did avoid questioning. The reason being I was scared to get arrested for something I did not do. I have history in the past for going to jail, and ever since being released and having another child, I worked so hard not to ever go back. So yes, I avoided questioning. I'm not saying that was the right thing to do. I just knew I did nothing, so I felt no need to talk to anyone. Plus, I didn't want to be associated with whatever happened if something really did happen. Later on, I got arrested anyway. Once detained, I talked to detectives on what happened and what I only knew. Now that we're here, I have no reason to run from this. I want to deal with this and prove my innocence. I lost everything to this situation, my job, my family, and my friends. I've been made out to be someone that I'm not, a murderer. Standing up and fighting this to prove to everyone drives me every day to stay focused and not let this break me down. It gets hard, but I have kids that look up to me and need me. I just want the chance to get a personal bond or bond reduction so I can deal with this and take care of my children during this process. Thank you in advance. So that's the second one. That's 3 months. Later, right? Yeah. Okay, so here's the request to dismiss counsel. Let's see. I want to thank the courts and the judge for giving me the opportunity to a bond hearing. I have family that need me, and as I await trial, if that's expected, I'm grateful for the chance to be with my children, providing instead of being a liability and taken away from them. I'm still a little confused on what's going on. When I first spoke with Bernard, let's write this name down because we're going to look him up. I think this is the one that got busted. W-A-I-W. After 3 months of him not seeing me once appointed, I asked him why he is still on the case. I wrote you a letter and I sent a motion to this judge to dismiss counsel. He said, you can't do that. It's up to the judge to take me off the case, which doesn't make sense to me because I filed the same exact motion I did when I dismissed my first attorney for displaying these same characteristics this appointed attorney has displayed. After that, I told him, if I'm forced to have you on this case for now, can you help me get a bond reduction so that I can get home to my kids? He stated that will not be happening. The judge and the prosecutor do not want to give you a reduction or hearing because they found you in Utah. I was only a person of interest at the time. And the co-defendants in Florida. Plus, once detained, the co-defendants bonded out, cut their monitors off, and were later found in Cambodia. So his attorney told him that he can't get bond because the co-defendants fled. Interesting. So it surprises me after I sent Texas State Bar a grievance on Bernard, about his duties not being met as an attorney toward his client and how I wanted him off the case. He then asked for a bond hearing. My thing is, why now? It seems like he just asked for a hearing to shut me up, knowing that I really don't have a chance of getting a reduction. He didn't even inform me on ways that could help me get my bond lowered. Excuse my view on this, but when you're being accused for a murder you did not commit, you start seeing things a lot differently. I just want to know, why is Bernard still on this case? Why can't he dismiss himself? Why does he want to be on this case so bad? I told him personally that I want him off this case on April 6th, 22, it looks like, before he asked about the bond hearing. He just said the same thing he told me when I first asked him. It's up to the judge to take me off. I know that's why he left me outside when he went inside the courtroom to ask for the hearing. He knew I would bring up this to the judge. I do not feel comfortable with this attorney representing me. I shouldn't be forced to have someone like this representing me either. He hasn't made time to consult with me about the case, nor review any options or likely consequences if there is any. I still know nothing about what's going on. That would be really hard to be in there for a year and not have any idea of what's going on. I still know nothing about what's going on. He's been busy with personal situations outside of this, which I respect, but if you're too busy to focus on what's at hand, please remove yourself off the case and take care of what you need to. I agree to that. That's all I ask. I love my kids and life too much to let someone else not take this serious. My family and I can't even contact him for questions or answers because we can't get a hold of him. We tried for months. This is my defense attorney. I have a court date coming soon. And as bad as I want to try to get this reduction so I can be home with my kids doing my own research so I can be properly defended, if it takes longer for me to have another hearing later, then that's okay with me. I forget I can take my earphones off when we're at break. Then that's okay with me. I'd rather have this attorney off this case. Thank you for your attention to this request. Okay. Sarah Boone? What? Sorry, I haven't been reading comments because I was reading this. These are all from Chuck to the court. I think there was one we missed. Maybe not. Maybe it's the next one. Okay, so it wasn't long after that he did get the order to reduce bond. So that did happen. Then there was another pass slip, an application for writ, which I believe was denied. Yeah, seeking bail reduction. Motion. Where is miscellaneous? Oh, here's where the other one starts. Okay, so here we go. Here's the next one. This one's in July. Dallas. Oh, let me scroll. I don't know. I have to read who it's addressed to. All of this is making me anxious. Why wouldn't it? Look what's been going on since all of this. These two women that are attorneys have been knowing each other forever. They got to bond out and be with each other the whole time to talk and plan. Oh, that's a good point. Think about that. That is a good point, actually. Let's say that it went down how he says it went down, which I believe, because if there's any other inconsistencies or anything in the story, the way he described what happened made sense. It fit with the evidence, and his body language to me looked truthful because, like I said, that when he was the way he acted it out and stuff. So let's say that regardless of anything else, that part is how it was. So imagine being in jail. You're in there for over a year. You still don't know what's going on. And the one who actually committed the murder is out on bond. You are still stuck in jail. They have money. They have knowledge of the legal system. They have connections to, attorneys and stuff. They have all of the things, and they're out and able to talk about everything, come up with a story, do all of this, and he's still stuck in there. That would be a really hard position to be in. Interesting. So they got to bond out and be with each other the whole time to talk and plan. I assume they went through with their plans months after being bonded out. They cut their monitor devices off and were later found in Cambodia. Then attorney Philip Hayes made it seem like he was this righteous, genuine family man, but at the end just wanted money. I noticed he wasn't focusing on the case, so I filed a dismissal of counsel motion. I'm glad I did. During him being withdrawn, he gets caught in, this is the one. He gets caught in a prostitution sting. So he filed a motion to dismiss his attorney and get a new attorney. And it turns out the attorney who he said wasn't paying any attention to him got busted in a prostitution sting. Let's look that up. Be nosy with that too. What was his name? Philip Hayes. This is him. Dallas attorney charged with solicitation of prostitution. Defense attorney representing a suspected serial killer from Dallas was, what serial killer? Tangents. Okay. Squirrel. Pelican. Was arrested and charged with solicitation of prostitution, according to a report. His law practice, Philip Hayes, attorney at law, is based in Dallas. He was charged with solicitation of prostitution in Smith County on Friday and released the same day. He sought out sex for payment in the middle of an ongoing trial. Police said in an arrest warrant affidavit, Smith County undercover police officers posted ads on a website commonly used for prostitution, among other things. Oh, yikes. According to the affidavit, Hayes began exchanging texts with the undercover officer, who he thought was a sex worker, and later asked for an hour of time to meet for sex for $110. $110? Is that what they'd be charging? Doesn't it seem cheap? If you're going to be, never mind. I digress. I mean, I don't know the going rates. I haven't compared websites or anything, but that just seemed, anyway. Okay. The undercover officer gave him a location to meet around 6 p.m. According to police report, the department sent out an arrest team to the meeting place, and the team saw Hayes arrive at the location in his vehicle. He was then arrested and transported for an interview, according to the affidavit. He is one of the attorneys representing Billy Chimmermere. Nailed it. I know I said that right. Who is accused of smothering about 24 elderly women in and around Dallas County. Holy moly. What? According to the Tyler Morning Telegraph, Hayes also served as defense attorney for a former Tyler nurse who was sentenced to death for killing 4 patients by injecting air into their arterial systems. What? He needs a new career. Well, I guess he doesn't need one anymore. Get this part. Interesting. Huh, okay. Well, anyway, that's one of his attorneys who was apparently too busy to pay attention to his case, and he asked for. There's drama at every turn in this. It's like you know how if you go to a buffet and you're you get a bunch of things that just don't belong together, but you see them and you really want them. You're like, oh, I want a little bit of taste of macaroni and cheese, and I want also a little bit of taste of what doesn't go in macaroni and cheese? They'll have the little Chinese food section there, and you get that too. You'll have a bunch of things that you would never make together, but you just want a little bit of everything. That's what this trial is. It's a little bit of black magic, and a little bit of prostitution, and a little bit of a throuple, and a little bit of a baby or a sugar mama, and a little bit of whatever. It's like everybody just throws in a random ingredient, and then we have this trial. If that makes sense. It does make sense. It makes sense in my head. Okay, so he got caught in a prostitution sting, which now I know is why his mind was never here and why he fought so hard not to refund any of the money that I requested back. After that, I get appointed Bernard, not even going to attempt that last name, that waits 3 months to see me. I filed a motion to dismiss counsel, followed by a letter to the judge that got ignored. During all of this, I filed a grievance with the state bar for professional misconduct. Then recently, he tried to force me to sign his response to the grievance that I do not agree with to make it seem like I do agree so that he can get it dismissed. He tried to have him sign a thing to dismiss the... What? I can't wrap my head around what's going on right now. I feel like I'm in a movie or something. It all seems so unreal. How can I move forward with all of this going on? Now I have a trial date set for September with an attorney that's mad because I wouldn't sign his papers. I'm not trying to slow. Oh, that would be a bad position to be in too. If you're having an attorney who is really pissed off at you representing you, Dumpster fire. I'm not trying to slow this process down at all. There are two things I've been writing about: this attorney and my day in court, so I can prove my innocence. All of this makes it so hard to do so. This is not right. It's actually scary. Scary, yes. All right, next letter. This one is, oh, they're not filed in order because one of them was July. This one's June. Wonder why they didn't file them in order. Rude. Oh, because she filed them all together. They're just not listed in order. Okay, never mind. Still. All right. I recently sent a letter, 6/8, discussing Attorney Bernard again. He came to see me on 6/14 with copies of his response to the grievance I mentioned that I filed with Texas State Bar. The problem with this is what he did when he brought the copies. First, I would like to say how rude and unprofessional this attorney is. He personally came here with the copies of his response and forced me to sign the bottom right-hand corners of all the papers with my initials and a signature on the last page of the response. I told him I will not be signing the papers until I read them. He got mad, yelled at me, saying that he didn't come here for all of this back and forth stuff. Just sign the papers and we'll discuss them after you sign. No, that's not how life works. I told him again that I'm not signing anything. He said, okay, just take your copies and read them when you get back to your cell. At this point, I want to read these papers. As I start to read them, he gets my attention off the papers when he asked me, do I still want him off this case? I told him, of course I do. Do you still want me off this case? Yeah. He said, okay. He'll present it to the judge and grabbed his belongings and left. Why did he want me to sign those copies so bad? And why did it take so long for him to finally present to the judge a request I've been asking for months? I'll tell you why he wanted me to sign those copies. After I read the papers, once I got back to the cell, he was trying to force me to sign his response that I do not agree with at all, to make it seem like I do agree with it so that he can get it dismissed. The last page he wanted my signature on says that he should have this complaint dismissed. Oh. If this is true, if this is how this went down, that's really messed up. Sign this and we'll talk about it after so that I can trick you into dismissing a complaint that you filed on me. Interesting. And I'll tell you why he took so long to present my request to the judge. This attorney has no respect for himself or me. He thinks I'm not capable of knowing what's going on. I assume he thinks that I'm not knowledgeable in this area, so he wants me to let him do whatever, to let him just sit on the case and do nothing. This has gone way too far. What is going on with this attorney? Something has to be done. There has to be a way to get this attorney off this case. There's no way I can keep him on this case after that incident. I know someone out there are reading these letters. What can I do? Please give me information or steps I can take to get this taken care of. Thank you in advance. See, you say Chuck needs a violin. I don't see it that way at all. You and I don't see this the same at all on this, because I don't think he's looking to me like, I'm not saying he's like an innocent dude or anything, but I'm saying to me, all of this doesn't sound like he's looking for sympathy. He's asking for action, which are two very different things. Which one was that? I don't even remember. Is this the next one? Or was it? Okay, yeah. All right. All right, next one. When was this one? This one was 6/8. So this is the one that he referenced before. I had a court date on May 31st, 2022, and exactly what I knew would happen happened. I wrote about this prior to this letter. They still had the bond hearing. Of course, I was denied. That's not my reason for this letter. I was well aware of this. I want to know why. So he, Bernard, can stay on the case, which I suspect he is the attorney staying on the case. The date of the bond hearing, the judge announced that the trial is set for September. I didn't even know how this attorney is still in the case. I've been writing about this attorney since February of 2022. I was surprised he even argued reasons for me to have a bond reduction. This attorney knows nothing about me or this case. He hasn't made any time to contact anyone. He just agrees with everything I tell him about the case without having concrete evidence to back up what I'm telling him. Actually, that's pretty insightful in that, to say, because obviously you want your attorney to believe what you're saying, but it's kind of insightful for him to say, like, I'm telling him this, but he's not getting proof to show that I'm telling the truth. He doesn't get any info to prove my innocence. I can't take this attorney serious. I can't take this attorney serious in such a case as this. He still failed to respond to the grievance from the Texas State Bar I filed on him. Now, this is before that July one that we read. So, like I said, they're out of order on the thing. The Texas State Bar, I felt my argument to his duties not being met as attorney to a client were true. They sent me and Bernard letters stating he needs to explain the reasons for his professional misconduct or disability or both. The Texas State Bar and I are still waiting for his response because he filed for an extension. This attorney puts back everything he does. Attorney puts back everything he does. I've been dealing with these same issues since December 9th of 21, when he took 3 months to see me after being appointed. Now I'm forced to have this attorney representing me for a trial like this. In the criminal law handbook, it states, if a defendant is able to offer concrete proof that communication with a court-appointed lawyer have completely broken down, the defendant may be able to successfully pursue a motion for substitution of attorney. The lawyer may join in the motion. I sent a kite asking if I can get copies of the letters I have from the Texas State Bar for proof to back up what I'm saying, but they won't even make copies for me. Oh, how can I proceed with this? Also, I put a motion to dismiss counsel because the law library does not have motions for substitution of attorney. Okay, again, let's look at this critical thinking. Try to think about other perspectives. Think about, again, being in his situation. And I'm not saying, again, that he did everything right. Obviously he didn't. Obviously he broke the law. He should, like, you know, it's easy for us to sit here and say he should have called, he should have done this, he should have done that. I do understand him, you know, like the position that he felt he was in, being trapped with them. I do get that. But keep in mind, just to be critical thinkers, let's put ourselves in his position in this moment too. Think about being in jail for a murder that you didn't commit, and like if he were in jail for having, you know, being an accessory after the fact, then it would be totally different. But think about him in this moment being in jail in, you know, for this long a time. His attorney won't talk to him, doesn't know what, you know, anything about anything, doesn't know what's going on. He, in order to get his attorney, he's writing, asking for them to take action. He's asking them, like, please just get me a new attorney, get me a new attorney. They're not doing it. So he wants to file a motion. He can't file a motion without proving that he's been writing to his attorney. And when he calls, they won't make copies for him to show. It's not like he has like email correspondence on here. These are handwritten letters. So he doesn't have a way to even prove that he's, you know, been writing and been asking and doing all of these things. So, and they won't make copies of anything for him. Then he goes to try to do, because it can't be a motion to dismiss, it has to be a motion of substitution. So he goes on down to the law library at the jail, and they don't have motions for substitution there. So he can't even file the correct motion, and he doesn't have an attorney that is responsive to him so that he can file any motions. So I can understand this being a point of frustration, you know, like, and I'm saying, like, not even just, I want to take all of this into account, not just for him specifically, but just the justice, like the, you know, jail systems in general. Like, this is a problem that, you know, that, like, if you've watched any of the like Innocence Files stuff, like stuff like this happens all the time. And I think that a lot of people don't really realize how difficult that situation could be. You know what I mean? And obviously, number one concern is always going to be for the victims, but that doesn't mean that we can't have like an understanding or empathy towards other people in the situation. Do I feel sorry for him? No. Do I feel empathy for all the crap surrounding this? Yes. Like, you can, both things can be true at the same time. But I can see where that would be really hard. All right, so I sent a letter. Oh, wait, I've got that part. All right, this motion was sent on 2/16/22. The criminal law handbook also states, instead of asking a judge to order a change of court-appointed lawyer, a defendant may have better luck asking the attorney to agree to the change rather than continue to represent a defendant with whom communications have broken down. I told him plenty of times to withdraw himself, and he never told me that he could put in the request himself. I understand people have families and need money to support them and live out their lives, but don't use opportunities like this to get a check from the government on such a serious case, please. This is outrageous. I can't believe I'm going through all of this, being accused of murder, trying so hard to get someone to just look at the facts and do the research if it points to who committed their crime. This is crazy. I've been going through so much pain, stress, depression, anxiety. I tried to hide it and stay strong for the few that's been here with me through all of this, but in reality, this is driving me crazy. I don't sleep well. I don't talk to my friends and family due to not trusting anyone. People that I loved once don't talk to me anymore. I feel like everyone is out to get me or wish me harm because of false accusations being made about me. I just stay in the cell to myself, and that doesn't make things better. It just makes me stress even more. I can't even have a decent conversation with my kids. Most of the time, I don't even know what to tell them or talk about. I haven't seen them since I've been in here. They're not letting kids into visitation. Now they started this new system where we can't receive any letters and pictures, which I didn't even know. I had to do my own digging and research. Nobody informed us. There were no memos out for this change. I didn't even know I had letters and pictures from my loved ones. I stumbled across it one day pressing an app on the tablet. There it showed everything I needed to know. How was I supposed to know these things? Now, since my loved ones sent me these letters and pictures, I don't know where they are. Who has my letters and pictures? It's obvious if I can't have the letters and pictures in my possession that the sender will want them back. But since I didn't know this, they are nowhere to be found. Someone can have pictures of my little girls or my loved ones out there. I asked several COs and nobody knows anything. No one hears me out. Nobody cares to. Just another person being accused, getting treated like nothing, being silenced, not taken serious. If there's anyone that knows anything or can step up and help in any way they can, please do so. Thanks for your attention to this request. Sounds like he's starting to break down now. All right, that was the third. Let's get to the fourth. This one, now we're back to July. So this is after that. I've been mentally going crazy since all of this, writing letters to, I don't know, whoever is reading them, I guess. That makes me feel even more crazier because I'm not specifically writing to someone. I'm just writing, hoping one day someone will see what I've been dealing with and can possibly help in any way that they can. At one point, I thought maybe I was just seeing things and thinking too much about stuff. Being confined in a cell for more than 16 months for a crime you did not commit will do that to you. Then in the newspaper lately, it says that there's been complaints coming out of Dallas County from the defense bar about the troubling behavior from some of the local judges. It doesn't surprise me that Amber Givens is one of those judges. Some stated that she's not fair. She's the judge that was recused from this case, if you remember, for being bias. Some say that she's not fair when it comes to cases and trials. That she makes it difficult to get anything done, and she has no respect for the attorneys and their clients. I recently just sent a letter about how hard it's been to proceed with this case because of the attorneys fighting with me for nothing and making it difficult to get answers or get anything done. Now it's the judge too. I have been writing letter after letter and sent a motion about this attorney Bernard since January, and she's ignored my requests. I have trial in September, and I'm forced to keep an attorney that has been a problem since appointed in December. How can I prove my innocence with all this against me? My kid's mother asked me if I would just take a plea deal. I told her, no, I will not. Do you know what a plea deal is? That's me pleading guilty to a crime I did not commit. Her reply was, well, you should seriously think about it. It's scary because even though you are innocent, these people can do whatever they want with you. Now, I'm truly starting to believe that. I don't know what else to do. This is not fair to me, my kids, and my loved ones. This one's shorter. This one's after that. Let's see. This situation has been life-changing. This is July 15th. What was the last one? July 11th or something? This situation has been life-changing. I know something's been going on with me, but the moment I knew all of this changed me is when I went to court on July 15th, being in a room full of people that I don't know, and on that computer screen again with people that look at me like I'm this type of person, trying so hard to keep me here and not get proper counsel. I had me nervous. You would think after all the letters I wrote about the attorney, I would have much to say, and I did, but I couldn't get it out. I've never been like this. I would walk in the room and say what I wanted or tell people how I feel. Now I can't even talk. I don't want to talk. Don't trust anyone. Rather be by myself. I don't know what's wrong with me or how I got to this point. One of my strong characteristics was my personality. I loved networking, meeting new people, talking to people. That was my job. This was how I paid my bills. Being that and his sugar mama. Being alone without family and friends support due to being accused for this crime has made me someone I'm not. I don't know how to deal with it. It's so hard. I really been going through it, and I feel like it's getting worse, and I don't know how to control it. That sounds like a suicide watch letter. This one is, okay, so this is August 14th. So this one's like a month later. People tell me not to write and send these letters because it's public record and anyone can see them. I don't care who sees them. If it helps me release stress and I talk about real problems that others don't talk about or are afraid to talk about them, this hasn't been easy. I can honestly say I let this situation get the best of me. I let this place do what it was designed to do, break me down. It didn't help it didn't help that. I already been dealing with all of these feelings and emotions since day one of all this, not knowing what to do, feeling like a coward. Something, this is just a small psychological thing, psychology background, coming in, giving me red flags. All of his beginning letters the handwriting was very clear and very neat. And you can tell as he's going through this, his handwriting is getting sloppier, which is a sign of, can be a sign of extreme emotional stress. Just a note. Feeling, let's see, feelings, emotion. Okay, not knowing what to do, feeling like a coward, beating myself up for not doing more to stop whatever happened from happening. All I can think about is how I can move forward when there's a family out there that mourns for their loved ones that they lost. I'm still sorry that the family that something like this even happened. It has put me in a state of depression and anxiety that I cannot control. So yes, it's been very hard to move forward. I can only imagine what the family is going through. It's sad. Lately, I've been listening to these motivational speeches and depression, anxiety podcasts and habit-based issues. And every one of them tells you to stop looking back and move forward. Everything happens for a reason. There are no mistakes. You can't change what already happened. Accept and adapt. Let go. Move on. It's hard to listen to this and actually move on. I really have to try though. I have to fight these thoughts to not let these thoughts make me. I can't push forward if all I'm thinking about is negative things people are saying. I know who I am. I'm a lot of things. I'm not a murderer. Being in a cell like this and thinking of what others think about you, knowing you did nothing, would drive you insane. I was at my breaking point. I was this close to giving up, tired of trying to get people to see me for who I am, just kidding. Like the people in the podcast would say, it's easy to quit, to give up when the dust gets going. And it is easy. The easiest thing to do right now is give up. And the family and friends have been nothing. When the truth in this case won't tell the truth, so now you have to fight even harder to prove your innocence. When you spend all your money on a lawyer that just sits in your case and does nothing, then after you withdraw him, still takes money from you when he doesn't represent you anymore. When your first attorney takes your money and you can't get another one, so you get appointed one, he refuses to withdraw himself and fight you to stay on the case after writing letters and file grievances with the bar for professional misconduct. When the judge sees the letters you're writing and knows you're having difficulty with the attorney and still denies you in counsel, it's hard to stay in this case. It's hard to stay in this and look at the right side of things with all this going on. I have kids though that need me, and I have to set an example for them. Keep trying to not give up no matter what, and no matter how hard it gets, no matter how bad it looks, no matter what. And did not give up. Like people on all those podcasts would say, you have to be someone else, someone you've never been before, to keep going, to outwork the next person, to be the best in your class, to be the best doctor, athlete, lawyer, judge, officer, mother, husband, to push yourself to limits you never reached. To make the impossible possible, you have to become someone else. I've been through so much in life, nothing this drastic for me to change into that type of person until now. I had to go all the way down to get back up, strip from everything to appreciate the little things. So to my kids, because you will read this one day, and whoever else is reading this, when all the odds are against you, you fight, you stand up, you keep pushing, show them who you are, prove them wrong. I know it's easier said than done. It will be hard. You will go through a lot to get to where you want to be, but stay positive and believe in yourself when nobody else does. Don't let no one write your story for you. Oh. Where'd it go? That's not even all of them. That's not even all of them. Hold on, let me see how many more we have. What did I do with it? My mic went out. I haven't been reading the chat. I've been reading this letters. Shit. The last letter you didn't hear? Well, I had it zoomed in. Oh. You know, I'm not going to see any of that. Next time you have to send like an anniversary thing or something that's going to be a big color. Otherwise, I can't see anything when I'm reading other stuff. Nobody's twerking. The last letter is the one y'all didn't hear, and that one was like the motivational one.
Yeah, because the sun is over there. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I got to pull up the other feed too.
And then he put his phone down here. I'm texting him. Yeah, back.
Oh no. hate this for that family.
It didn't go down 1 degree, did it?
I think we got one.
Was it 79?
We got 79. Didn't lunch a few minutes ago, we pulled it out in the air now. We got a small.
There's their chart. Check out that picture.
Check.
There's one more after that. The last letter is just a yes. The last letter is just dear court clerk, enclosed you'll find my motion to be filed, motion for discovery and inspection of evidence. So the last one is just a motion to file. She's smiling.
Whenever. Yes, that's fine. That's fine. Second counts. All right, they're chunking it there. There's two different causes.
When you sit down, that's not where you need to put it.
One's for us.
Not for us. Not for us.
That's just this.
But
Solely on me.
it was set back in January. States that they were dismissed. Yeah. But she didn't sign it. But it was signed.
So,
He had a new attorney appointed January of this year. It looks like that's the last one. So it looks like that's the one he has now.
Again? Yeah. I have it here, hooked up.
huh?
It's good. So it stopped in the
Here.
middle of it?
No, it never got started.
That's the
No, I know, but remember when I checked, I was,
And then you put it back in. And then
that link I just posted is the link where you can go pull all of his
let me do it.
stuff. It's public record. It just takes
And then I'll do it.
a while
Yeah,
to
and
dig through it.
do the same for you.
Yeah, I think
Okay, go ahead and start.
I think that's what they were saying. She has private attorney and his is court appointed. His case number, F. I'll just type it. That's why it took me a while to find it, because you have to go to one place to get his case number and dig around, and then you have to go to the other place with his case number to get the documents. Texas don't make it easy on us. Oh, okay. Then I'll just quit. Y'all can do it now.
Even when your machine, your computer falls asleep, it's fine. It always comes back. Oh, I restarted it.
It just takes some digging. It's just time consuming is the better word for it. Because Lord knows it's time consuming. There we go. I'm just gonna start handing out homework. Oh no, I was just joking with you. I'm gonna start handing out homework. I'll be like, okay, y'all, you pull this document. You pull this document. It'll be like, we'll have just everybody in chat can be like a paralegal, you know, and we'll split up the course load.
Can you see that? Can you see that I fixed the speaker? That needs to move it out.
Not it.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah. It's not as easy.
Oh, Zach, I'm sorry, did I call you Mr. Wood during the trial?
I meant to say something. Stop.
I thought you were giving me the fucking look. I'm like, you moved the microphone.
I know, so I was like, she talking to me? Like, I was like, I do think I moved it, but. I don't
I
know.
must have noticed Zach Wood sometime.
I wondered if you were
I'm
talking.
so sorry.
That's what, at first I didn't realize you were saying.
You're like,
We volunteer you.
you were giving me the worst green guy. Now I know why. And she's like, you called him Wood, and I'm like, dude. It's like Mr. Brown. And I'm like, what? No, I didn't. Now you're like, oh, I got this. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's the heat. And then all over.
Yeah.
We could change your name.
I'll stick with that.
I was reading this transcript of the tweet, and she just called y'all state.
It's easy, you know?
Hey, you.
That's right. You did your homework when you created the state seal. That's right.
Is that coming up, what I just wrote? I'm just trying to make
Trying
sure.
to get my life.
Oh, okay. I was just double checking.
Yes, it did. Now it says Pittman,
Yeah.
Wood, Harris, and Baskin.
Okay.
Wood Brown, Brown Wood. I'm gonna call you Mr. Brown. Now the jury thinks your name is Wood and not Brown. Not yours, but the.
Okay.
Tosh, if they're made public record already, a lot of times if you go to the clerk of court website, then they'll have them available through that. And if
Well,
not,
Mr. Steller, I thought you were getting the jury. We're ready for the jury. Sorry, I thought you were.
some of them you have to make a FOIA request. Those just take longer.
You probably didn't hear me. All right. I know y'all did because y'all are standing up.
Yeah. Anytime somebody tells me about an interesting case, first thing I do is go to the clerk of court website, not the news, because I don't trust the news. First thing I'll do is go pull the documents and start reading. Which is why then I pronounce names wrong all the time, because then I'll say them how I want to say them. You ever done that with a book? Like, you know, like you get really invested in the characters in a book, and then you see the movie and you're like, that's not how to pronounce their name, or that's not what that person looks like. That's what I do with court documents.
Well, we got you ready to
Okay, they started their stream. Said it will start soon. So we'll keep an eye out on that.
We're ready.
All right.
You may be seated. All right, Ms. Pittman, you still have the witness on direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Beltran, when you left off, you had been arrested in Utah and had talked to the detective in this case in Utah. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you been in jail since then?
Yes,
Since
ma'am.
Utah?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to backtrack just real quickly. We had mentioned this before, and I'm showing you, Mr. Beltran was marked State's Exhibit 335. Can you flip through that. Do you recognize what that is?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that you went and got a passport. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you fill out a passport application?
No, ma'am.
You did not.
Not there. Well, I did there. I had to fill something out there, but before I got there, like I already had papers filled out to give them.
Okay, so you've never seen your actual passport application paperwork?
No, ma'am.
Now, you said you've been in jail since being arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to also go back to, we had mentioned you posting on social media. You were still posting on Instagram shortly after the report of Marisela going missing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You took a break for a little while. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
In hindsight, can you recall some of the things that you posted?
Like I was told just to keep away from the areas I was staying in, so I was just posting old videos of me being like Dallas, Houston, Seattle.
Do you remember posting some type of post concerning you didn't know anything about Marisela, people talking about you, they don't know you, things like that?
On the lines of that, yes, ma'am.
And you remember posting an Instagram post that said "fuck 1-2" or "fuck 12"?
That's what I recall.
Okay. And do you recall? You said you're told, being encouraged to continue posting things and recording music. Do you remember releasing a song during that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that song called?
POI.
What did that stand for?
Person of interest.
And what were the lyrics to that song?
I don't remember the whole song.
What was it about?
It was about basically saying that what they're trying to accuse me of, that's not me.
In retrospect and knowing everything that we know now, what do you think about your decision to do that?
It's dumb. Stupid.
How do you think the family felt about that?
I can't even imagine.
Now, music is your thing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your rap name?
50-50 Chuck.
50-50 Chuck. What does that stand for?
The 50-50 part?
Yeah.
It was growing up, they used to always call me a mutt because I was mixed with black and Mexican. So they used to call me 50-50 because I'm half black, half Mexican.
As far as some of your lyrics of your songs, what were they about primarily?
You mean the ones I released or just in general of like me just
Just
making
the
music,
ones
period?
you released.
I remember.
Let me ask you specifically, what is Picture Me This about?
Picture Me This is just it's just a statement of like, I never used to be this guy before. And it's like, now picture me this. Like picture me living this lifestyle that I'm living now. Like, did you ever picture this?
Okay. That's the gist of the song, but there are some pretty derogatory sexual lyrics in there, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that, and not to excuse that, is that part of just kind of that rap lifestyle?
Yes, ma'am.
You released a song called SOS. What did that stand for?
Straight on sight.
Straight on sight. What does that mean?
It was really towards the people I used to rap with. It was just it's hip hop, it was just the track that we were just going back and forth on. I'm letting them know that, I see y'all looking at me, like, because we just kind of fell apart from the group. When I was incarcerated, they took my brand and made money with my T-shirts, my logos and stuff. So I was still kind of mad about all that stuff.
And straight on sight really kind of indicates if you see him, we're gonna have a problem.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Knowing you and what you testified to before, if you are to get in that kind of conflict, what are you gonna do?
Get what?
Like a conflict where a fight, like if somebody approaches you to fight, or tries to pick a fight with you, what are you gonna do?
I mean, I'm not a fighter at all. I'm not an aggressor or nothing like that. It's just like I said, it's a rap battle. It's all just lyrics. It's not nothing I'm actually gonna do. I'm not that guy at all.
Now, we've met several times, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Probably 5 times in the last 6 months or so?
Yes, ma'am. Safe to say.
And every time we've met, what have I told you that I wanted from you?
The truth.
Did we ever have a deal in place for you to testify in exchange for your testimony?
No, ma'am. You've been trying to talk to me for a long time, and I've been denying it, actually.
And when you say denying it, I mean, what are you talking about? What specifically? Because you and I have talked several times, and
I'm saying prior to that though, because I had 2 attorneys before this, and they reached out to me that you wanted to talk, and at that time I just wasn't. I was still being selfish, not trying to tell the truth, not thinking about the family that lost their daughter. So with time though, as I got close to talking to my little girl, it just made me think about them a lot, and that's why I reached out to Mara. I was like, man, if you could reach out to you, I would love to bring out the truth.
You know you're going to prison for your role in this. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know that it could be possibly up to 20 years.
Yes, ma'am.
You accept your involvement and responsibility?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you talked about your daughters quite a bit. You talked about some of your motivations for coming forward and testifying. And like I said, you don't know what that means in the long term, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been the best father as far as showing up, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you aware that Marisela's father is here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know he's the kind of father that was there every day. Every day for his daughter. You know that, right? Can I personal witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, you may not have been able to stop the murder of Marisela Botello, but you could have stopped this, right? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you want to tell that man back there, sitting there watching this trial? What do you want to say to him today?
Judge, object to the relevance of what he wants to say to the that at this stage of the trial.
Sustain. That's witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
So, I mean, Mr. Beltran, first and foremost, you just told members of the jury that you wanted to accept responsibility for your involvement, and you know you're going to prison, correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge Lamproth?
You may.
Defense.
Thank you so much. Let me show you what's marked as defense number 3. This is you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You look smaller than this made you appear. look huge on this, don't you?
No.
You don't think you look huge on this?
You mean the pictures like blown
Yes,
up?
sir. No, just, you look monstrous, don't you think?
No, sir.
Isn't that what Detective Ramirez told you? They're gonna think you're a monster. Remember her telling you that?
Not that I recall.
Did you listen to your interview with Detective Ramirez and Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
Remember her telling you, asking you, are you a monster? Remember her asking you that?
No, sir.
You know?
No, sir.
I'll let you listen to your video. Yeah. I'm sorry, Judge.
Right.
Pardon me. You told so many versions, just want to make sure that we cover all the different versions that you told. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you told different stories, right? To different people, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you told Jack one story, right?
Yes, sir.
You told Jack, because he knew you were with Marisela, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harris, can I probably give you
Two,
names?
yes, ma'am. I
Thank
think
you.
I have two up there. I'm gonna do more than two, Judge.
Thank you. That way my door isn't
You know what?
permanently.
I'm gonna do all that, Judge. Get right to the point. I want to make sure I get right to the point. And you say you don't recall Detective Ramirez asking you if you were a monster in your interview. When the day interview in Utah?
Yes, sir.
All right. You remember talking to her and Detective Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
All right. You will agree with me that you never said anything to anybody about Lisa being jealous until Detective Ramirez brought that up. Remember her saying that?
Yes, sir.
She said that, didn't she?
Who said it?
Detective Ramirez. She was the first one who brought up Lisa being jealous, wasn't she? Before you start giving this version about Lisa being jealous. Would you agree with that? Let me rephrase it. None of the other stories that you told, when you told that me and Marisela had sex in the car, did you tell me you dropped her off or she left?
I told him I dropped him off.
Dropped her off by Baylor.
By Baylor?
Yeah.
I don't know if it was by Baylor.
Okay. You told you dropped her off somewhere downtown.
Yes, sir.
You told Freddie you didn't even know her. Or you didn't have anything to do with it, right?
I didn't say I didn't know her. I said I didn't have anything to do with her being missing. Yes, sir.
And you told the members of the jury all your involvement in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, and other than, you've been to Wilma Hudson before, like, when the halfway house,
Yes, sir.
but as far as helping to put her body out there, you had nothing to do with that, did you?
No, sir.
And anything to do with her body, you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Correct.
Whether it was helping Lisa and Nima or anybody else, you had nothing to do with her body. The last time you saw her body, you were telling them the jury she was over in Mesquite, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you told the members of the jury that you lied because you were afraid you were going to get in trouble.
Yes, sir.
So is it safe to say you'll lie when it's convenient for you to lie to get out of trouble?
No, sir.
Well, that's what you did, isn't it? You said you lied because either you told Dax a lie or you told the members of the jury a lie. Right? And today you're saying you told Dax a lie, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling the members of the jury right now you had absolutely nothing to do with Maricella's death or moving her body, right?
Nothing to do with that. I have no reason to do anything like that. No motive, no anything.
You know what wrongful conviction is?
No, sir. Can you explain to me, please?
Well, wrongful conviction is when someone is convicted for something they didn't do. Right? Isn't it true that you've already pled guilty to tampering with Maricella's body? Isn't that true? You pled guilty to tampering with evidence, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Hoping that they're going to dismiss the murder case, right? Right?
I didn't. My involvement in the.
My question to you is, you know they're going to dismiss your murder case, right? As long as they believe you testify truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And because of that, you're telling members of the jury that you swore, because when you pled guilty to tampering with evidence, you swore you were telling the truth, right? Remember having to, remember them putting you on the oath?
Yes, sir.
When you pled guilty?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
When you pled guilty, to tampering with evidence, a corpse, right?
Yes, sir.
You pled guilty in front of a judge just like this, right?
Well, it was a male.
Okay, but it was a judge.
Yes, sir.
You swore to tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
And they made you plead guilty to tampering with evidence, right?
No, they didn't make me. I played.
But why would you plead guilty to something you didn't do?
My involvement of not saying anything, seeing what I've seen, makes me guilty of being in the presence of everything happening.
Who told you that lie? Who told you that? May I have 1 second?
May.
Volume check coming.
My approach, Judge.
You may.
Let me get this more.
Captions aren't available on this.
Now, this is not your indictment, but the indictment, remember them having you sign what's called a judicial confession? You remember signing paperwork when you did your plea?
Yes, sir.
And one of those pieces of paperwork was a judicial confession, where you basically swore, you signed an affidavit saying that on or about the 5th day of October in the county of Dallas, that you did then and there, knowing that an offense had been committed, to wit murder, altered, destroyed, or concealed a record, document, and thing, to wit a human corpse, referring to Marisela, with the intent to impair it, vitality, liability, and availability as evidence in any subsequent investigation or official proceeding related to the offense. In short, you pled guilty to tampering with evidence.
Yes, sir.
So now you're telling them that you lied to a judge? What did you lie to whom?
Your Honor, objection. I would ask counsel to allow the defendant to answer, or I'm sorry, the witness to answer the question.
I'll refer to judge, I'm sorry. I'll let it.
Please continue.
You pled guilty to tampering, even though you didn't. Nothing. I mean, based on what you told us today, if we're to believe you, you haven't done anything wrong. Is that correct?
No, sir.
But you're willing to go to prison on a lie.
I'm not lying, sir.
So how are you involved in the tampering? Tell us.
I was there when it happened by me telling Lisa to figure all this out. That's my involvement in all that whole situation right there.
Well, according to you, you're really present. You think that because you told Lisa, you're saying you told Lisa, figure this out. That makes you guilty of tampering?
That's right.
Did you tell her to get rid of the body?
No, I didn't. No, sir.
Did you tell her or anybody else to take that body down to Wilmar?
No, sir.
All right, let's be specific, because I want to make sure we understand. You're saying that, I think you told the members of the jury already that you lied because you didn't want to get in trouble, right?
Yes, sir. Afraid.
And that's why you gave the version that you gave, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to talk about that version, and I may have to have you listen to your interview with Ortiz and Ramirez, because there were a lot of things that were said in that interview that I want to make sure you remember. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Because when you first started with the interview, you gave them the same version you gave Dykes, right? Do you remember?
About the car?
No, about Marisela.
That's what I'm saying about being in the car?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
She went to my house, had sex, she was cool. Left her in my room. I went to the studio next to my room, right? That's where your studio was, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she's in jail. Thank you for the
She
super
said
chat.
that Nina and Lisa were at the house asleep, right? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
I got up the next morning and everyone was gone. You thought Marisela had took her? Oh, that's what you told the detective, right?
Yes, sir.
And now you tell the members of the jury that was a lie?
It was a lie.
And that's a lie that's different than the lie you told Dax, right?
Well, I told Dax about the car situation. I never told him about anything pertaining to what happened in the house at all.
Right. Well, if you told Dax you dropped her off, that would be a lie.
Yes, and that's what I said. I lied about that. Yes, sir.
That's different from this lie.
Yes, sir.
You recall telling them that you bring plenty of females to the house?
Yes, sir.
They go to sleep and you go to the studio. Remember that?
Yeah, who goes to sleep?
The girls go to sleep in your room, right? And you typically go to the studio.
You talking about Lisa and Nina?
No. Well, I'm trying to get you to remember what you told these detectives.
Yes, sir.
And how it's different from what you told the members of the jury today.
I just wanted to clear it. I didn't understand what you were saying. That's why I'm asking.
Will you disagree with me that you told the detectives something totally different?
I've been agreeing with you. Yes, I have.
That you told them a different lie, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That basically you brought her over there, y'all had sex, you went in the studio and fell asleep. Next thing you know, she was gone the next morning, right? That's what you told them.
Yes, sir.
And it was only after the detective Ramirez started pressing you, you remember them talking about the death penalty?
Yes, sir.
Now, you did tell them that Lisa said something about that y'all should just keep it in the house, not bringing other girls over, right?
Yes, sir.
You told her that, and then that's when she started talking about Lisa was jealous, correct? Just if you remember.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Okay. You remember asking her, was this a mistake? Was Marisela getting killed a mistake? Do you remember asking you that?
No, sir.
You remember telling them you didn't touch that girl?
As far as like.
Marisela, you didn't touch her. Referring to you didn't kill her.
Yes, sir.
All right. You said that they came in the room and started arguing with y'all about the girl and drugs. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
That's what you told Detective Ortiz and Ramirez, right?
Yes, sir.
That Nina and Lisa came into the room and were arguing, right?
Yes, sir.
And before we go into the version that you talked about Lisa having this knife, I just want to make sure we're clear that as far as Nina is concerned, today you're telling them that she never even came in the room. She was in the bed, spooked, like she was afraid, right?
Yes, sir.
Because according to you, it was Lisa that was acting crazy and killed Marisela, right?
That's what happened.
And would you say that? Well, let me just make sure I'm clear. Because you told the detectives that at some point you wake up because you feel the movement. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
I think you told members of the jury this. And Lisa straddled over her with a knife.
Yes, sir.
And she's stabbing her.
No, she must have been already stabbed because she was coming back down. I didn't see her, just she was coming back down already. That's what I seen.
Do you not remember telling the detective she had one hand on her neck and had the knife and she was stabbing her?
I don't remember saying she was stabbing her.
Do you remember her saying?
I remember
you
that.
saying
I remember that part. Yes, sir.
she had one hand on her neck. She was straddled her. She had one hand on her neck and she stabbed her. Remember saying that?
I didn't say she stabbed her. I said she was motioning down like she was going to stab her.
You think if you listen to the tape that'll refresh your memory? If you listen to your interview, you think it'll refresh your memory? What you told the detectives about when Lisa, according to you, straddled Marisela with a knife?
I've heard it.
You heard it?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to refresh your memory on exactly what you said?
About the stabbing part?
Yeah.
I know what I said.
Okay. Okay, because I want to come back to that, but before I do, I want to make sure that I'm clear that at some point, because you met with not only the detectives, you met with the DAs numerous times, right? At least 3 to 4 times, right? Going over your testimony for the jury, right?
The DA and who?
The DAs with your lawyers.
You mean the prosecutors?
Yeah, prosecutors.
Okay, yes, sir.
You met with them at least what? How many times do you think you met with them and your lawyers so y'all could go over your testimony for trial?
Like five times.
And remember the first time you said you left in the Tucson, right?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
They had to correct that, right?
Who had to correct it?
The state. The DAs.
No, I corrected that.
After they showed you where you went to the oil change place, right?
No, I knew I left in my car. That's my car.
That's how she told me the first time.
No, I told you I lied. Yes, sir. I did lie about that. I said I hopped into Tucson. I drove off into Tucson.
Okay, let me make sure I get specifically on Nina, because I want to make sure we're clear. You told the detectives that Lisa was stabbing her, you intervened, they were struggling, you knocked them off the bed. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you were able to break them loose. Marisela falls on the bed. You pinned Lisa against the wall. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
But before you talked about pinning Lisa to the wall, do you remember talking about when you tried to separate them and you said that at least that Nina came in and she also attacked Marisela, didn't you?
I didn't say she attacked her. I said she came in, though. Yes, sir. I did.
You said they both attacked her. Did you?
No, sir. I don't recall that.
Well, did you know that Nina got charged with capital murder? Nina and Lisa got charged with capital murder based on what you said.
Yes, sir.
So Nina got charged, falsely accused of capital murder based on your testimony, based on what you told the detectives, based on what you initially told the state, because you said she came in and helped Lisa.
Yes, there was a reason behind that.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object. Defense counsel has been stating the facts. The capital warrant, murder warrant was not based on what Mr. Beltran said. It had already been issued.
Yeah, because he got it too. Remember?
You can have the witness on redirect, cross-examination, he can answer if he knows.
Well, as a part of their investigation, a part of the information that they were using to hold Nina Morano was based on what you told Detectives Ramirez and Detective Ortiz. And you told her that Nina came in that room when Marisela was being attacked, did you?
Yes, sir.
And now we know that's not true. Don't.
Yes, sir.
Nina had absolutely nothing, even in your version, Nina had absolutely nothing to do with this alleged stabbing where you're saying Lisa stabbed Marisela, did she?
Repeat that one more time, please.
In the version you gave today,
Yes, sir.
Nina Morano had nothing to do with the murder of Marisela, did she?
No, sir.
You knew that then when you said she did, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
But you lied, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Do you at least remember the detectives before you gave this version about Lisa stabbing Marisela? They said it was going to be your word versus their word. Remember that? You got two attorneys versus you. You remember them saying that?
That's going to be their word versus my word?
No, that you have two attorneys that have given their version, because they made you think that they had already talked to Lisa and Nina. You knew they'd been arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
When you're talking to Ramirez and Ortiz, right?
Yes, sir.
They're making you believe that these ladies have already given you the monster up.
They never told me anything about them talking to them.
Okay, but I'm just asking, do you remember in your interview where they're saying you got the two attorneys are going to give their version, and this is your only chance to give yours? Do you remember that part?
Yes, sir.
When she's trying to get you to give another version other than the initial version that you gave me, right? Because they kept telling you, we already know. Right?
Well, they were saying they knew more than I was telling them. Yes, sir.
All right. One of the things Ramirez told you was that your blood was with Marisela's blood. Remember that?
They said there was blood in there. How would it get in there from me? That's what they asked me.
You don't recall her asking you, why is your blood with Marisela's blood?
No, she said, why would my blood be in the room?
That's what you think?
That's what was said, sir.
Okay, you need to listen to the tape to refresh your memory?
if you're gonna play it.
I think we all need to hear it because they keep saying two different things.
Are you telling me that you did that Ramirez never told you that your blood was with Marcela's blood? Marcela's blood.
No, she asked me, well, if there's blood in the room, well, why would there be my blood in the room? That's what she was asking me.
You remember saying, well, I must have got cut because you said, no, my blood shouldn't be in the room. You said I must have got cut.
Yes, sir.
But you're specifically telling this court, this jury, that Detective Ramirez never told you that your blood was found with Marcela's blood.
No, she said, why would my blood be in there? I guess that's implying that my blood was there, but she didn't say it like that. She was just saying, why would my blood be in the room? And I said, I must have got cut.
Or would you agree with this after she makes you believe that your blood is in that room, that you give the version about Lisa in the night?
Yes, sir. Because I thought I must have got cut when she was doing what she was doing to Marisela.
Judge, may we approach?
May.
I'm surprised he's not hollering and stuff yet. But also, trying to hear. If Chuck stays really calm and he's hollering, it would look bad.
Can I approach, Judge? I want to talk to you specifically about this version that you say Lisa is actually on the bed, right?
Yes, sir.
When you wake up because of the movement, right?
Yes, sir.
And now you're saying, did you see her stabbing her or not?
No, she was coming down in stabbing motion.
Okay. And then what happened?
That's when I pushed her off.
You pushed Lisa off of Marisela.
Yes, sir.
Did they both hit the ground?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember saying that they both were still wrestling, tussling with each other on the ground?
Well, when I pushed Lisa off, she must have had a hold of Marisela because they both rolled over.
They rolled over on the ground.
Yes, sir.
All right, your bed is here. They rolled over on the ground.
Describe where you're at again.
Let's figure out the left side of your bed. Let's say
I just want to make sure I get everything clear.
all right. Your bed's against a wall, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's say that's your wall.
Yes, sir.
Let's say you're in your bed.
Yes, sir.
You're on the right side,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You're on the right side. Marcela's on the left side.
She's on the side.
This side. Okay, she's on this side. The wall's here.
Yes, sir.
All right. At some point, you say you wake up and you see Lisa with a knife straddled over her. You remember to tell them that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're saying you don't remember whether you told them she had one hand on her neck.
No, I do remember that.
You do?
Yes, sir.
You told one hand on her neck and you saw a knife.
Yes, sir.
And you knocked her off.
Yes, sir.
And they would have fell to this side.
Yes, sir.
All right. And when they fell, they kept tussling, didn't they?
Well, Marisela was trying to get up. And
Trying to-
yeah, I guess
and
you
so
said
they-
tussling. Yeah.
Right. Well, no, that's what you said. Didn't you tell them they were still tussling and they eventually stood up?
Yes, sir.
And that's when you knocked Lisa onto the wall, right?
Yes, sir. I was jumping on the bed.
And you knocked Lisa onto the wall, didn't you?
Well, I pulled them apart and pinned it to the wall. Yes, sir.
You pinned who to the wall?
Lisa.
You pinned Lisa to the wall.
Yes, sir.
How did you pin Lisa to the wall? Show.
Keep your voice up, all right, Mr. Bill?
Show
Yes, sir.
me.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I need him to show me.
That's fine.
Show me how you pinned her to the wall. After you break them up, show me how you pinned her to the wall.
You can stand here. That's fine.
You already put everything said? Show me how you pin them to the wall. Listen, yeah, you break them up, and then what?
She had to hold her hair, so like, you know how you let something go, she just fell back.
Okay, and what did you do with Lisa?
I grabbed her face out. No,
Okay, you pin her to the wall. But and she has blood all over, right?
yeah, her nightgown.
And when they're on the floor, they're tussling, right? But you said Marisela had blood all over her chest, right? But Lisa's on that wall, right?
Yes, sir.
And I want to make sure I'm clear, when you talk about them falling off or you knocking them off the bed, you knocked them off the bed and Marisela's trying to get away from it, isn't she?
Yes, sir.
So she's on the floor trying to get away from Lisa, right? She's on the floor trying to get away from Lisa, right?
Yes, sir.
Eventually they work their way up, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's when you're able to get Lisa off.
Get in between them.
All right, and Marisela falls onto the bed is what you're saying.
Yes, after the pull and the reaction, she just tumbled over.
And both these ladies have blood all over, right?
Yes, sir.
As they're tussling in that room.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about when you would go over there. It wouldn't be unusual for you not only to take girls, you took guys over there too, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes, a lot of times without them even knowing it, right?
Well, who knows?
Listen.
Like just people being over there in general?
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir.
You remember Lisa, what she was really upset with you about is you let some guy stay over there. She didn't know he was over there, and she ran into him, didn't she? Remember her confronting you about that?
No, sir.
You remember her confronting you about some guy in your room, in her house, she didn't know, and she ran into him. That's what she was confronting you about. Remember that?
No, sir.
But you don't deny that you had, did you tell this member of the jury that you had one of your homeboys stay over, him and his baby alone?
Yes, sir. I have 3 people still.
All right, so again, as far as you, when you come in through the garage, right?
Mm-hmm.
You go straight to your room, sometimes straight to the studio, right?
Yes, sir.
You may not even talk to Lisa, correct?
I'll say hi to her.
Well, on this night, y'all didn't say anything to Lisa.
No, they're in a room. They're in a room.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Like many other times you brought women over there, right?
Yes, sir.
You remember telling the detectives, hey man, y'all can look at the ring camera. I bring women over here all the time.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you indicated to the members of the jury that when they come to that room, they're going to have sex, right?
That's not intentionally, but it ends up happening. Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, that night when you're down at Deep Ellum with Marisela, you guys are in your car. You're not just smoking weed, right?
No, it wasn't.
Y'all drink a whole bottle of Grey Goose, didn't you?
No, sir.
You didn't tell them that y'all drank a whole bottle of Grey Goose?
No, I said we drank Grey Goose, but I didn't say we drank a whole bottle.
All right, well, what I'm getting at is, when you took Marisela out to the house in Mesquite, just like many other times, it wasn't just you and Marisela. You had somebody else with you, didn't you?
No, sir.
It was you, Marisela, another male and another female. But
No, sir.
what?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh, but.
Well, okay.
Is that what she told you?
Let me ask. What are those?
I mean, they had video footage of me and Marisela just leaving. That was just, and at the 7-Eleven, it was just us two.
But that doesn't prevent you from picking someone else up on the way over there, right? When you were with Marisela the last time you saw her, or when we saw her on that video, she has her teeth, doesn't she?
She had her teeth?
Yeah.
I haven't seen the video. I mean, the photo.
She has her teeth, doesn't she?
Yes, sir.
Who, if this is her skull and her teeth are missing, who knocked her teeth out that night?
You have to ask your client that, sir.
Well, you were there with Marisela. You, whatever other male that left blood there and whatever other female that left blood there and Marisela, y'all were in that room. Who knocked her teeth out?
You seen there's another female in there with me and Marisela?
That's what the blood says.
Wow. I don't know what the blood says. I never seen anything about anybody else's blood in the room.
So you're saying you never knocked her teeth out? Because you didn't get violent with her like you've gotten violent with women in the past, right?
I haven't gotten violent with no one in the past.
Sure, you have to keep your voice up.
Oh, sorry about that.
Well, don't you have an assault, family violence on that we talked about earlier?
Yes, sir.
And what happened when you pulled a gun on the person in the robbery?
Nothing. It was I was young,
You think
trying to get some money. Didn't have no bullets in the gun. Just wanted to scare somebody, get some money.
You think that excuse is because you was young? You pulled a gun on somebody?
No, sir.
So you don't know anything about her teeth missing?
No, sir.
And you don't know anything about why some other males and some other female's blood would be in that same room as Marcella's blood? You don't know anything about that, right?
No. Do you have the samples? If you tell me the names, I could probably.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying you don't have any idea about that, right?
No, sir.
But you do know she had her teeth when you last saw her, right?
Yes, sir.
In that room, right?
Yes, sir.
And she lost her teeth as a result of a struggle in that room. You're saying you don't know nothing about it, right?
I don't, sir.
And is that because you were so high and drunk?
No, sir.
What are you barking at?
As far as your rap career,
Yes, sir.
Lisa was investing in you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
I mean, she got you a studio, so you didn't have to go and waste the money that you were making at, what you said was Twisted Root?
Twisted Root, yes, sir.
She got you a studio with a lounge chair, and she was investing. She believed in you, didn't she?
Lounge chair?
You had a lounge chair in the room, in your studio, didn't you? Yeah. Or what type of chair was that in your
Full time?
Full time?
Yes, sir.
Full time. She believed in you. She supported you.
Yes, sir.
Right?
She did. She loved me. She was obsessed with me.
But let me ask you in reference to you're telling the police that she was jealous of you and other women. She knew that you messed around with other women, didn't she?
That was our agreement.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And the manner in which you messed around with other women is depicted on your video, isn't it?
Say it one more time.
It's the manner in which you messed with other women is on your video, isn't it?
What, the music video?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And how you well, they were talking about the lyrics of your video. and the types of videos, or the fact that that video was actually made at the Mesquite location, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, Judge, I want to.
I mean, the defense attorney, this is his best opportunity to try to make the jury believe that this is all Chuck roast and his client is innocent. So he's trying to create a different story right here without having her testify.
Judge, I want to offer what's marked as defense exhibit number 7, which is a 2-minute clip of Picture Me This. Is that the name of your video?
Yes, sir.
That's the name of your song?
Yes, sir.
The song we've been talking about earlier?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I want to offer defense exhibit.
You can tender it to,
State, I'm sorry,
Lord.
the state has no objection.
all right, defendant's exhibit number 7 is admitted for all purposes.
Oh, Lord.
Can you tell me if this is the video that you put out on there?
I don't know if it's going to give me a copyright strike or not. I'm going to mute it for a minute. If y'all want to look it up, this is the one that oh Lord help me. This is the one that I played part of before it got too raunchy. But I I don't even know what to say. Lucy, come back. We need you. Woosie, come get Woosie Cam. Come get Woosie Cam. Cover your eyes. Cover your eyes. Come here. Come here. Everybody needs you. They need you. I mean, I don't know if I can get a copyright strike because he's not out to check his channel to give me a copyright strike, but I don't know.
As far as some of the lyrics in the video, when you're talking about stay the fuck from me before I make your body do aerobics, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's threatening people, right? Let me just be more specific. When you talk about keeping a toaster on you, what is a toaster?
It's referring to a gun.
And in reference to when you were apprehended in Utah, they found a gun in that room, did
Yes, sir.
your DNA on it, right? You knew that, right?
Yes, sir.
And just so we're clear, you kind of minimized the sound of mortar earlier. You didn't start practicing that till you got in prison, right?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
And as far as your Santa Marta connections and you practicing Santa Marta, Lisa and Nuna knew about that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
That influenced them to start practicing it, right?
No, I didn't influence nobody to practice anything.
So would you agree you led them believe that you had contacts that could potentially be threatening to them?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that there was a time when Lisa tried to get you out of the house, but you forced your way in? You remember that? You remember breaking the door?
Hold on, say it again.
Do you remember forcing your way into that house?
Or
into a door in that house?
No, sir. What was the reason behind it?
Well, no, what I'm saying is you're trying to make it seem like you're a nice guy when the truth is you have a violent past, don't you?
I'm saying, I'm asking, what will be my reason to break into a door inside
Because
the
she
house?
asked you to leave.
No.
Just if you remember, if you don't, you don't.
No.
Okay.
That never happened.
But you also agree with me that one of the main reasons you said you lied is because you didn't believe anyone would believe that you had nothing to do with Marisela's murder, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, someone with your criminal history,
Exactly.
someone with your appearance, with all the tattoos. I mean, you got the teardrop, right?
Yes, sir.
And people probably assume.
Well, it's not a teardrop, it's a mouth drop.
Very good what?
It's just a drip on my mouth, like a little drop.
Oh, so it's not like when they put the teardrops to represent murder, right?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. And you're saying that's why you lied?
That's why I lied about
About what happened?
Yes, sir.
And you say no one ever hit Marcella in the mouth in your presence, right?
No, sir.
Because we know Lisa couldn't knock her teeth out, right?
I don't
I don't know that.
And as far as Lisa, I know that y'all said that y'all had gone to the concert. Remember that? Y'all went to when y'all went to perform in Arkansas?
Yes, sir.
But she still had open wounds, didn't she?
Who?
Lisa?
I can't recall.
Okay, you don't know? As far as Nina is concerned, once Lisa had the surgery, you weren't very much help, were you?
I was her only help.
All right. But Nina actually came down to help her too, didn't she?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Okay.
The lawyer isn't doing anything to do with facts. He's doing everything to do with character, stuff on Chuck. His goal right now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're gonna take a break and get the other AC unit in here and try and cool things down a little bit. We're on a break for 10 minutes.
All right.
I'm reading some of y'all's comments.
Brownwood, if you could play that for the witness to refresh his recollection.
Stop. I'm trying to listen. They turned that dang AC unit on, but if they're going to play that tape for him to refresh his memory or whatever, if we can hear it, y'all know I love to eavesdrop. Hi, Kaylin's mom. I'm glad you're here. She behaves better when you're here. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Kaylin's mom. We don't normally show twerking and whatnot. Only on Twerk Tuesdays. The teeth were not found.
Are you getting the video? I'm working on it. I didn't realize my battery was slow.
They're getting the video.
Okay.
But there were also a lot of bones that weren't found. They had animals in the area. They think that hooks up away.
Yeah, he's right. Her computer's dead.
Oh, you went down. But I don't have the video down. So I'll down. I'm about to just at it ready.
It'll be a race.
Just because someone is a paralegal or lawyer or a periodontist, maybe on the periodontist, doesn't mean that they aren't scummy or murderers. True. True. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. It'd be hard to hear. Well,
Thank you, Judge.
and you know, if you want to put another page up there, you can use that and everything.
No, I'm not gonna.
one thing I'm still trying to eavesdrop. I'll turn it down a little bit. I'm trying to make sure that if they do play that video, even if there's the white noise in the background from their air conditioner, that at least maybe we can still hear it. They might be playing it when they go back on record, but I don't know. We'll see. I love how we have like Brooklyn is here, like, and can tell us so much stuff about like dead bodies and stuff. And like we have Detective Dean here who can tell us all about like the detectives, you know, and investigation and interrogation stuff. I can't wait.
We had a number transposed.
I saw the jury. I wrote it down. Hold on. I watched them walk out. So you can see kind of the back and some of the side of them. And that's it. I wrote it somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I should have done.
Okay, here it is. They finally muted us. Rude. All right, so I saw them walking out on that other feed, and I wrote it or typed it because I thought they're going to delete this when they realize that they accidentally showed the jury. So I wrote it down. Okay. So there's 14 of them total. So I'm assuming, obviously 2 alternates. I'm not assuming, I'm just mathing. So there'll be 2 alternates. So I don't know who's what. But there was 6 women, right? Yeah, 6 women and 8 men. And out of the 14, 11 of them looked white. One, it was really hard to see. All you could see is the back of his head. And then there were 2. Let's see. 2 African American, 1 man and 1 woman. So that's all I saw. It's hard to see because all you could see is like the backs of them and then kind of the side as they were walking out. But okay, let's do it. Dallas born, Boston bred. That's a good idea. Let's do a poll. I want to do a poll right now. If you had to vote right now, obviously we haven't heard everything. This is just to see kind of which way you're leaning. If you had to vote right now without hearing anything else, which way would you be leaning? Guilty or not guilty? Or undecided? Actually, I'm not even going to do undecided. What we'll do is we'll make this, okay, if the burden of proof, because right now we haven't heard everything. If the burden of proof was only like how a civil case is, where it's like, it's more likely than not that that's how it happened. Guilty or not guilty? Top is guilty. I know some of y'all have, for whatever reason, when YouTube did updates, it messed up polls on some people. So the top one is guilty. The bottom one is not guilty. For Lisa. No, all this is for Lisa, for the trial that we're in. No, I haven't looked at messages in Discord. I have too many things running on here. I haven't looked. See, I agree, especially with the thing that's so damning for her isn't just changing the hairstyles and, doing all that. That's all puzzle pieces, But the thing with her is that she, her and Nina both had their cell phones, drove down to where the body was dumped, and the body was dumped somewhere so close to where she used to live. Yeah, the poll is up there. Can some of you not see it? The poll is for Lisa. The trial that we're in. We're watching the trial for Lisa. If you voted that you think Lisa's not guilty, what's your reasoning behind it? Since the majority say guilty, they think she's guilty. Curious. So for those of you who are saying not guilty, are you saying that they just haven't proven the case? Because I was asking, if you actually think that, if you had to say, not criminal case, but if you had to do vote on a civil case, where it's more likely than not that she's guilty, I think she's guilty or I don't think she's guilty. Not just did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Cutting off the ankle bracelets and flying to Cambodia after researching what places don't have U.S. extradition, that's a little suspicious. There's always some of y'all that hit the wrong one. It's fine. I always know that there's going to be some kind of deviation from all that. Yeah, I mean, if Lisa doesn't testify, then they're basically leaving all of this up to her attorney trying to paint the picture of what happened instead of, and he's literally creating an entire narrative based on what? That's the thing that I think is frustrating me the most about him too, because he is creating a narrative instead of her testifying. And it's really kind of not fair. If you have a story that you want to tell about what happened that's not the story that other people are saying, then you should have to get your butt up there and tell that story and then open yourself up to cross-examination. The problem with him being like, oh, so you knocked out her teeth and you did this and this and this, is that it's not it's him creating a narrative that's not then open to cross-examination to dispute any of the facts. All he's doing is trying to tell her story without her having to answer questions about why her story doesn't make sense. And that for me is so frustrating. Like, at least with Charlie Adelson, he got up there and told his stupid story. And then everybody, was able to like watch it get picked apart and like, all laugh at each other because like it literally made zero sense. I think like it made sense to like 4 people on the internet, and that was it. And those people probably weren't even paying attention. So when Chuck laughed and said, "Is that what she told you?" She should have to get up there if they're going to paint the narrative. Just being devil's advocate. Oh, I love a devil's advocate. If he'd gone to the police, who do you think would have been believed, Chuck or Lisa and Nina, when they say it was him that did it all? Chuck would not have been their first. Because, okay, look at it from police. Okay, Detective Dean, if you go into a situation where there's, blood in the bedroom and a dead woman, just go like, because if he had called the police and they had gotten there, there's a dead woman in this guy's bedroom, and he's in there, he has a record, he's young, whatever. Would you believe him instinctively, not with zero investigation, just instinctively? Would you, like, your inclination would be to believe him or 2 women who that's not their room and they don't have a connection to her, and they're with them being, or at least with one of them being a lawyer, one of them being a paralegal, I feel like their ability to talk themselves out of it would probably have been more too, which we'll never know because they won't get up there and say nothing. Maybe they will. I doubt it. But I mean, I think that it would be instinctive to believe that the person whose room she's in that has the record would be the first one that you would put on your person of interest list. Not that the others wouldn't be on there, but if they have conflicting stories. Because you factored that into the fact that she was in his room. He's the one, like, all the video is connecting him to it. The video of them together in the store, those 2 aren't in that. All of the evidence in that initial call would have pointed to him. The main evidence that we have for the other 2 is the cell phone records to show that they got rid of the body and stuff. None of that would have existed if he had called the police. I definitely see why he panicked. And I'm not saying that it's excused or that it's okay or that it was the right thing to do, but I can see why he did it. That is empathy. Yeah, I would not believe he was Lisa's boy toy. Like, I would not have. There's a whole lot of everything in this that I would not have put together. I feel like they wanted Chuck to go down for this. That's what I think. If nobody's talking, maybe. If Chuck made the call right after the 911 recording would say a lot. 911 recordings do say a whole lot. We'd be listening to the call immediately. A ton of evidence would have been preserved to support. True. I love a 911 call. I mean, I don't love them, but you know what I mean? As ways to pick up on things. Hold on. Hello?
My grandmother, whose heart sugarless, sugarless, all right. We're ready.
All right.
All right, you may be seated. And Mr. Harris, you have the witness on cross. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, sorry, we were taking care of some other business. That's why the break was so long. So they're ready to proceed.
Okay, Ms. Belcher, I'll let you listen to some of your interview with Detective Ramirez. In the interview, again, you tell them that both Lisa and Nina attacked her, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you were scared, you ran out of there.
Yes, sir.
And when you said attacker, you're referring to Marisela, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Also, in reference to the knife, you remember I'm asking you to describe the knife?
Yes, sir.
You really couldn't describe the knife, could you?
I described it.
What did you say about the knife?
It was a kitchen knife, regular kitchen knife.
Okay. All right. What happened to the knife?
I don't know, sir.
You said you came in, they were struggling, right? Lisa was still trying to get at her. You broke them apart. What happened to the knife?
I don't know what happened to the knife.
You didn't take the knife from her?
Take the knife from who? Lisa?
From Lisa.
No, sir.
Because she didn't have a knife. She never was in the room. But you know exactly who was in the room, don't you? Don't you? Other than you and Marisela, correct?
You saying somebody else is in the room?
Yes. Someone else was in the room other than you and Marisela, weren't they?
No, sir.
All right, let me ask you this. After you left there, you told the detective that you called Brian, didn't you?
Yeah, I made that up. I lied on that story.
You lied.
Yes, sir. That's what I've been telling you. My testimonies on that when I was talking to the detectives. Yes, sir. I lied on that.
Was a lie.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And well, it wasn't a lie that you went back to Carmen's apartment, right?
No, sir.
And isn't it true that Marisela went back there with you, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
Look, I'm not trying to, I don't want to trip you up or anything. But what I'm asking you is, at some point, Marisela went to Carmen's apartment with you, didn't she?
No, sir.
All right, make sure you heard what I said. Because it wasn't just you, Marisela, it was you, Marisela, and someone else going back to Carmen. Who is Carmen?
It was my girlfriend at the time.
She disappeared after this, didn't she?
Like, she just moved.
Because she didn't want any parts of this. She didn't want anyone questioning her about what happened when you came to her apartment, right?
No, it wasn't that. She was just she didn't have no papers to be here legally, so she didn't want to get in trouble.
And she didn't want anyone asking her questions about her apartment.
No, that wasn't the case, sir.
Checking her apartment.
No,
To
that
see if there were any traces of Marcella at her apartment, because you left Mesquite, and they know that because of your phone records, right? You know that, right?
yes, sir.
You know that your phone records show that you went to Carmen's apartment, right?
I mean, the phone records show all of us being at the house in Mesquite.
No, I'm not talking about it, Mesquite. I'm saying phone records or not, you after you left Mesquite. By what time did you leave Mesquite? Do you remember? Just if you remember, you don't remember, it's fine.
It was early morning.
Okay. But at some point you go to
Carmen's.
Carmen's.
Yes, sir.
And then you go to the oil change place.
Yes, sir.
And you go to the oil change place, you know, basically as an alibi so somebody could see you, right?
No, sir.
Without Marcella, right?
No, sir.
And then you go down to Deep Ellum and you conduct, you know, your day just like you would normally conduct your day, right?
No, sir.
I mean, you do go back to Deep Ellum that day, right? Is that what you told the members of the jury?
Well, that night.
Or would you be surprised that, what is it? This found is? No. The girl, yeah, Madeline said that she met with you that afternoon.
After the incident?
On October 5th. She met with you that afternoon.
No, it wasn't that afternoon. It was later on in the day. We met. We did meet that day, but.
And she said that you were normal. You didn't act like nothing had happened. Right?
Yes, sir.
Remember her calling you that morning? Madeline? Did she call you about 7 that morning?
Not that I recall.
She called you all that night. Don't you remember that?
No, sir.
Y'all were supposed to meet up and go to Club Ecstasy, remember?
I remember we were supposed to meet up. Yes, sir. I do remember that.
Okay. And you say you didn't know that she was trying to get in contact with you that night.
I mean, maybe she was, but I was dealing. I had
As
that's what I
far
meant
as
Marcella.
we talked about y'all smoking weed, but you used ecstasy too, didn't you?
Not that night.
I'm saying that you used ecstasy. You had access to ecstasy, didn't you?
Yeah, say that one more time.
You had access to ecstasy.
Not that night though.
Okay. And as far as the marijuana was concerned, you were selling marijuana, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And as far as Detective Ortiz talking to you about your criminal history, he made it clear that there was a chance you could get the death penalty, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And after listening to the tape, Ramirez was telling you that these girls were going to put everything on you, didn't
Yeah, that they could try to put it on me. Yes, sir.
So you better take this time to cooperate with them. Remember that?
Say it one more time.
You better take advantage of this time to cooperate with them before they put everything on you.
You saying that's what I was thinking?
No, that's what she was telling you.
Oh, yeah, yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the detectives that Marisela had passed out when you went to the studio? Because you were fucked up?
Yes, sir.
Then you woke up and everybody was gone?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie?
Yes, sir.
So as far as Nina never came in the room and pushed you away, did she?
No, sir.
That was another lie?
Yes, sir.
And I guess from what you remember from that night, as far as you're saying Lisa was the aggressor, right?
You talking about as far as the?
This stabbing that you say took place.
Yes, sir.
And you're telling the members of the jury that, did you actually see the stabbing or you saw the blood?
I seen the blood.
But there was a lot of blood.
Lot.
And when you say a lot of blood, does Marisela have her clothes on?
No, she's naked.
So she's naked and blood is all over her.
It's just all her chest area.
All over her chest area.
Yes, sir.
And there, so I want to make sure I'm clear on how are they tussling in there?
Well, that's why I say when I push them off the bed, they roll over. So I guess they must have. That's where they got the blood from. That's where Lisa got the blood on her blouse from.
Her blouse.
Yes.
They rolled over.
Yes, over her bed.
Because you push them hard, right?
I push Lisa. I kind of push Lisa off of her.
Well, Lisa has Marisela.
Yes, sir.
And they tumble onto the floor.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And Marisela's naked.
Yes, sir.
With blood all over her chest. Right?
Yes, sir.
Which transfers to Lisa, right?
Yes, sir.
So you got Lisa with blood on her, Marisela with blood on her, and they're tussling on this floor. Right?
Just trying to get up. Yes, sir.
Trying to get up. With Marcela's naked body with blood, right?
Yes, sir. On the chest, yes, sir.
You were able to push Lisa onto the wall, right?
Yes, sir.
But you get blood on your hands, don't you?
Yes, I do, sir.
Because you're getting in between them, right?
Yes, sir.
And you pin her against that wall, but you don't know where the knife is.
No, sir.
But you do know that you pin her against that wall.
Yes, sir.
There was a lot of blood.
Yes, sir.
On Lisa,
On Lisa, yes, sir.
on Marisela,
Marisela.
and on your hands.
Yes, sir.
So much to the fact you had to go in the bathroom and wash it off your hands, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you were in shock.
Mm-hmm.
All this blood.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, as far as when you're in there with Marisela, why don't you just lock your door?
I don't know if I locked it or if it wasn't unlocked or locked.
Well, if your door was locked, Lisa nor Nina could have got in there, right?
Oh yeah, they always get in there.
Why didn't you lock your door, really?
Your door if you had locked your door because you were worried that she was being jealous of you bringing other women over there.
And, I changed the lock to my studio and my room because, of course, her son comes over there and Val, and they're hardcore druggies, so they be looking for any little thing they can get. So I always lock my things, but she always had a spare, just in case I lost mine. So if I did lock it, she could have got in.
So now you're saying she used her spare key to get in the room?
I'm saying if it was locked, she could have.
So when you, Marisela, and whoever else may have come over there, because you did not critique that, did you?
No, sir.
But you agree with me that until Detective Ramirez started asking you about whether the girls were jealous of you bringing girls over there, you said nothing about that, did you?
Nothing about what, the jealousy?
Yeah. You didn't say that until she said it, right?
No, I think I brought it up about them not wanting me to have girls over. And that's what made her be like, well, do you think they were jealous?
But the truth of the matter is, not only did you have girls, you had guys, you had people over there all the time, right?
Yes, sir.
And the early morning hours of October the 5th, you had more than just Marcellus over there, did you?
No, sir.
We just have to take your word for it, right?
That's what happened.
No, we have to take your word for it, right?
That's what happened, sir.
We have to take your word, just like Dad took your word that all you did was go to the car and have sex with him, right? Correct? We have to take your word, just like Freddie did when you asked you about the girl from Seattle. You said you don't know nothing about it, right?
No, I said I didn't know nothing about her missing.
Well, we have to take your word for it, just like Detective Ramirez and Detective Ortiz would have had to take your word when you said that all you did was take Marisela over to the apartment, fell asleep, y'all had sex, she fell asleep, you went in the studio, woke up the next morning, she was gone. That was a lie, right?
Yes, sir.
But we have to take your word that that was a lie, correct?
No, I mean, they didn't believe it. That's why they kept on pressing me like, you know more than that. You know more than that. That's why I started telling them the truth.
Because they had physical evidence, right?
I don't know what evidence they had, sir.
They were telling you they had evidence, right?
They said they had some blood.
And the blood that they told you they had your blood
in Marisela's.
In your room.
Yes, sir.
And that's when you made up this story about Miss Lisa Dykes, didn't you?
No, that's the truth. That was the truth. That's when I started speaking the truth.
The truth that this version is actually led to your murder case being dismissed, right? You know your case is going to be dismissed, don't you? Based on this version.
This is the truth.
That's not my question. You know your case is going to be dismissed based on this version, based on you cooperating with the state, right?
No, based on telling the truth.
Yes, sir.
That's what it's.
And
Objection.
You never told Lisa, Nina, whatever other male or female was there to do anything with Marisela's body, did you?
No, sir.
But you still pled to tampering, right?
Yes, we discussed that.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Because you'll lie when it's convenient for you to lie, isn't that true, Mr. Beltran?
No, sir.
And right now it's convenient for you to lie because you don't want to have to face a jury like this and have to respond to questions about whether you committed this murder or know who actually did commit the murder.
No, the reason I'm on this stand is because I chose to be on this stand. I wanted to tell the truth.
Same truth you told Dax?
No.
Same truth you told Freddie?
I'm telling the truth that was a lie.
One moment, Chairman.
Sure.
Nurse for God gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mike's headphones, Karen Dykes, Ziggy Oliver, Stacy Stevens, Shannon's Copper were all gifted memberships. Thank you so much. And welcome to Green, the rest of you.
Judge, I believe that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Beltran.
Any redirect?
Oh, sir, just one other thing.
Yes, sir.
think you told members of the jury earlier that when Lisa found out about you and Nina having sex, that Nina stopped talking to you, right?
Yes, sir.
That's because that's what you're saying. Lisa was upset and made Nina stop talking to you, huh?
That's what Lisa did.
So Lisa was able. You want the members of the jury to believe that Lisa was able to coerce Nina? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that she told her not to. She's the one that set us up, so she let her know, like, hey, don't be talking to him like that. And when I come to the house, that's what it was. She couldn't talk. She couldn't speak to me.
So Nina just did whatever Lisa said, right?
Mm-hmm. At that time.
And as far as that Audi, you left the Audi in the garage, right?
When?
At some point, after you switched cars, you went and got you initially said you left in the Tucson, but you didn't, right?
Yes, sir.
You left in the Audi, right?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you took the Audi and just left it in the garage, right?
No, we switched cars. We met and we switched cars.
When?
Like days after.
So days after.
Yes, she called me, said the Audi might be hot. I don't want you to get caught up for something that you didn't do. Switch me cars. And that's what we did. I had the Tucson ever since.
But I thought you didn't see her for weeks.
I didn't say that.
After all this happened.
I didn't say that.
She was calling you, you wouldn't respond, remember?
No, yeah, I wasn't responding.
As far as Detective Ramirez is concerned, when she led you to believe that your blood was in that room, you told her you must have got cut.
Yes, sir.
You knew you hadn't gotten cut, didn't you?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. That my truth is, when Lisa was on top of her, when I pushed her off, I could have got cut. That's why I said that. That's the truth.
Okay.
That's the reason why I said I could have got cut.
Kelly Justice upgraded her membership. We're glad you're here.
And just so the members of the jury are clear, you never turned yourself in, right?
No, sir.
They came and got you in Utah, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that these Nina and Lisa weren't afraid of you at all, right?
Say that one more time.
Nina and Lisa weren't afraid of you at all, were they?
Oh, no, sir.
You never threatened them, right?
No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Any redirect?
No,
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
No redirect. Wait, what? What? No redirect? What?
All right.
We're missing Sadler. All right, thank you, sir. Give the key to the jury room.
What? What? I'm like sitting here in my head, like thinking of all the things that like she needs to be taking notes of that she's going to bring back up and address and clear up. And she has no redirect on the main witness.
Come on.
Judge, I just want to reserve the right to recall Mr. Beltran.
All right.
Just if I
Mr.
need-
Beltran, you need to go back there.
I'm gonna move her this way a little bit.
Obviously, I will let the court know far in advance.
You would need him on Monday.
It's possible, Your Honor.
We'll probably take this.
Okay. All right.
Judge, are we done for him for the day?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have another
Wow.
witness you can put on for the next few minutes?
I don't, Judge.
All right. All right, then, we will, y'all may be seated if you want to, sorry. All right, then I'm gonna take a few minutes and I'm gonna bring it back in. I'm reprinting their jury instruction. Thank you, Ms. McIntosh and Mr. Witherspoon. Y'all have a great weekend.
Thank you,
And
Judge.
I
You
guess,
too.
you're on standby in case Mr. Harris, was to visit with your client. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Please be sure to mark your time down all day. Okay.
Okay.
All day.
Hey, you want to talk to you about
I am blown away. No, she wasn't saying bye to. She was saying bye to the. I think that was his attorneys. I am so confused.
You know, I'm gonna teach you guys something about it. Yeah.
Judge, before we bring the jury in, can we go on the record just for one brief thing?
And if I teach you, what's hidden in somebody.
Yeah, the his attorney said, "Are we done for the day?" Like they don't need them anymore.
They're in comfort.
I am
Almost done with today's masterpiece.
I am in my head, like, and I know I had to take a phone call, so I missed some of it, but in my head, like, I had this whole list of things that she needed to readdress and talk about, and she didn't. Let me move this so we don't show the jury again. Wow. See, this, I'll move it when they start to come in so you can't see them. But
Marissa, do you have any paper? I believe, would you mind, please? Thank you. Mr. Savage, we were wondering where you went. All right.
I am blown away. I don't think the defense, I agree with you on this. I don't think that the defense won any points on that. But to me,
All right.
I do think there are things that they needed to clear up because he made such a mess of his questioning. He was so all over the place and back and forth. I feel like if it were me, I would have wanted to get up there and address those things, clear this stuff up because he tried to muddy the waters and then, you know, leave it at that. No redirect at all. And on the main witness, that's what blows me away. That's their main witness. I can understand like no redirect on, you know, like a records custodian or, you know, something. Wow. You create a whole nother story in your mind.
All right, we're back with the record outside the presence and hearing of the jury. Mr. Brown.
Lunch went by fast.
Yes,
because
Your
of
Honor.
that.
I wanted to offer states 336 and 337 for all purposes, the dismissals for Charles Beltran and Nina Morano for the murder cases. They're both signed by the court, file stamped, and certified copies. And I've tendered to the defense for any objections.
No objection, Your Honor.
Nina too.
Yes, Your Honor, and I can re-offer them again for the jury if we show them. I just wanted to go ahead and add them in evidence since we talked a lot about the murder charges being dismissed.
So is she going to testify?
Did you write down those?
336 for Charles Beltran's dismissal and 337 for Nina Morano.
All right, those two exhibits are admitted for all purposes.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're dismissing,
The passport application that did not get admitted or authenticated, so I can.
for the murder
It
charge.
may come back up, so we'll just keep it, I guess.
No worries. I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, if it's listed offered.
I want to offer it for record purposes.
Oh.
That way we just, because we've talked about it.
Okay.
And Your Honor, also this time I'll offer it states 335, Charles Beltran's passport application for record purposes only.
Right, so our outside position made a jury. They just did it 335, the passport application. Is admitted for record purposes only.
I pulled it up. It's pretty easy to find. Just his YouTube name is, I think there is 5050 Chuck, like 5050 space Chuck. And that video that we watched, sorry, Kaylin's mom, that video that we watched earlier is on there. The prosecutors are, that's the dismissal for, not for Lisa. This is for Chuck and Nina for the murder charge, which means Nina might be testifying too.
Yes, I found it.
Please put one of these on all of your shared.
If she, I would love for her to testify because I don't know. I want to see how close her version of events is to his.
Oh, no.
Nina testifying would be so interesting. Yeah, based on what he's saying, it's been going about 5. It went a little bit later last night, didn't it? I can't remember what time last night. Yeah, so they would, I guess, if they're dismissing the murder charge, I'm assuming that doesn't mean she just gets to, you know, not face anything. I'm assuming there will still be charges for tampering, abuse of a corpse, something.
Close in our workroom as well.
Yeah, it's 3:46 here right now.
I am sure.
State has not rested yet. Not yet.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get all this organized before whenever we break. Six bag, five is the discs. Then the demonstrative calendar. Then the bag. 7, 8, 9, and then 10's the disc.
Marissa, before you put the evidence in, there's a couple things that you would like to look at. Okay.
Give me.
Um,
1, 2. There's 303.
Dallas County.
You want to see the
301
301?
is the cell phone.
Online record search.
And then 302 is this. And give me after that 302.
Morano,
2, what was it?
Nina. Oh, calm down. So she's got tampering with physical evidence and murder. And what is this one? Oh. Oh. They cut our audio. Still watch them, see what they're doing. That must be for her vacation in Cambodia. Let's see. So they'll dismiss the murder one.
Prosecutors retrace the.
Whoa. They ended the. I started looking up court documents and now our thing has ended. What just happened? That one's not the live one. What happened?
So you're asleep.
They ended that feed, and I don't know why.
So you're asleep. Tell me what happens next.
Where's that coming from? Well, crap.
Instructions, and that is because you must follow the court's instructions. You cannot do any independent research. As much as you may want to, you cannot discuss any testimony that you've heard with anyone. If you do, it would most likely cause a mistrial. And you know all of the time and effort that has gone in to getting this case to trial. We have had witnesses who have appeared from across the country. It is your duty and your responsibility to make sure that you abide by each and every one of these instructions over the weekend. Now, I hope you all have a restful weekend. We are going to have a cold front come in, hallelujah. So even if the AC isn't fixed, today was the most miserable. I think that we'll be in, we all survived first world problems. All right. I expect you back in the jury room no later than, we'll say 9:30 a.m. Monday morning.
So they're going to let him go.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, one question. I'm participating in a race over the weekend that may or may not go by some of the locations that we've talked about. I'm not sure that it does, but it
Okay.
might.
Well, I appreciate you letting me know. As long as a race, is it a running race or
Yes,
bicycle?
it's the Dallas Marathon and Half Marathon.
Well, aren't you an overachiever? You're over the age of 25, so you're definitely an overachiever running half marathon or marathon. You know, just don't pause and just run the race as if you were just running past anything else, and there you go. It is what it is. We all live in Dallas, and if you run by one of those areas, just keep trucking. All right, and don't trip and fall and hurt. All right.
Because I've actually run that race too. Long,
Are you
long,
really?
long, long,
Oh,
long.
yeah, you used to.
Long, long, long time. It didn't go well.
All right, well, I wish you well in your race. Are there any other questions or issues before we break for the weekend? And if anything comes up over the weekend, you all have my cell phone. Please don't hesitate to call me. God forbid if anything happens. Other than that, I will see you Monday morning at 9, no later than 9:30 a.m. Thank you so much.
All right.
I did, I renumbered. Yes. Y'all have a good weekend. Thank you.
All right. Well, let me hide them.
Yeah, definitely.
Hide the jury.
All right, thank you.
So 9:30. I am.
Research.
Oops. I am excited that they mentioned that dismissal for Nina, because that, to me, and I could be wrong, to me, it makes it sound like they wouldn't be doing that if it wasn't for her testifying too. I can't get my words out. All right. So what did y'all think about his testimony? Everybody believe it? Or no? Yeah, court's done for the day. They sent him home. They ended the other feed without telling us. Thank goodness I found this feed. Actually, I need to save this so I can find it again Monday. I believe him. I heard them telling them don't do independent research. Did she say, hold on, let's rewind. Right when they came back from the break?
I think that will be, and we all survived it. First world problems. All right. I expect you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are done for the day. We will resume testimony on Monday. I have given you another copy of your juror instructions.
Oh, she just gave me a copy.
You must follow the court's instructions. You cannot do any independent research. As much as you may want to, you cannot discuss.
Yeah. So she was just telling them, making sure she was telling them not to. So most of y'all believe him. I feel like I did too. I mean, I think the way that he oh, you're talking about I had one of the thing when that other feed cut out, it went to their YouTube thing or whatever, and then an old testimony started playing, like a clip of the old testimony started playing, if that's what you're talking about. So it was like a random voice in your head, but it was just old testimony. Well, that's it for the day. That's it for the week. We made it through the week, y'all. What a week it was. This is going to be the most interesting accident that we've had, right? Because we weren't even planning on doing this one. We were planning on doing the vigilante, and then swapped that to Tex MacGyver, and then that got delayed. So then we swapped to this one. So this is like the, most interesting little accident we've ever had. So yeah, jury can't scroll through Mel's playlist. Yeah, for real. I've got the don't end the week. Don't go. I've got the stream set up for Monday morning. I set it up for 9:30 since she said that the jury's going to be there about 9:30. I might, if I can get stuff done, I might start a little bit early. I unfortunately was not able to change my appointment for Tuesday. So I am not going to be able to stream Tuesday. I will see if Kathy or Jessica might be able to fill in. But I will not be available, at least in the morning. I might be available in the afternoon. So worst comes to worst, if they can't fill in, because we've got Adelson's, we got a hearing for Donna, or arraignment, not hearing, arraignment for Donna. We have sentencing for Charlie. And we have, of course, I don't see this being over by then. So we'll have this one too. So I'll see if I can get one of them to cover for the morning. And then I should be here. That's who called a little while ago. So they called and they set up another appointment for me. So instead of being able to get out of it like I was hoping, they added another one on. So I have to be there really early. But that's okay. Maybe I'll be able to make it here afternoon. And if not, then, we can catch up. We'll have a late Tuesday. We'll have Taco Tuesday. Stay late. I got the stream set up for Monday though. And I know notifications have been a little bit wonky. So I'm portaling y'all over there. So if it sends you over there, just hit notify me and go ahead and hit like while you're there. Why not? 2 birds, 1 click. Okay. 2 clicks, 1, whatever. You know what I mean? So I'll portal you over there now. I really, really, really appreciate y'all hanging out with me this week. We've had a really great week together. It has been pretty interesting, huh? It's been crazy. This is the kind of stuff that like you can't make up. Like even if you tell people that this is what's happening, they're not going to believe you. They're like, that's like, if this were written in a script, this trial, if it were written in a script, nobody would believe it. They'd be like, that's not believable. Thank you to my mods. Y'all are incredible. Y'all are the best. I appreciate you so much. And to all of our friends, I love y'all, and I will see you bright and early Monday morning. All right. Love y'all.